This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players, automatically, with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ.
Hello. Welcome everyone to the live stream here, day 5 of the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters 2025. With me are my two good friends. I am Rakesh Kulkarni and GM Sahaj Grover. Hello, guys.
Welcome, exciting day today and almost the midway point. So it's very crucial to see who goes into the lead after this.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited to see how Nihal is going to fare. I think because he's playing against a wonder Liang, another youngster. Youngster is maybe not the right.
Yeah, youngster is a little confusing.
Yeah, but still, one of the younger players in this in the Masters section, and he's doing fantastic. And he's playing with the black pieces, so this is, I think, a good opportunity for him to score another win and get into the leaderboard. Because between a wonder and Nihal, they have played 36 games against each other.
Oh wow!
And 24 wins for Nihal. So he has had historically a very good score against Awonder Liang, and Awonder was here with us in the commentary panel, and he also seemed to have I want to say some, let's say, what's the right word for it?
Or was he hesitant or
A bit hesitant,
a little scared
about I would say facing Nihal, but it's a classical match, not the online format. So of course, and he's also playing with the white pieces. So it's going to be a very exciting match between these two. Players.
I wonder if Awonder is aware of the head-to-head score, but yeah, definitely at the back of the mind, if your score is bad against a player and would like to avoid it. But mainly, I think the featured matchup is going to be Vincent versus Vidit. Vidit having pushed in the last couple of games, 1-1, drew 1, and he's playing the tournament leader. Should be an exciting contest.
Absolutely, and with Vidit and Vincent, they have played a total of 12 games against each other.
Yeah.
3 wins for Vidit, 4 draws and 5 wins for Vidit. So 3-5 basically favoring Vincent at the time. But Sagar Bhai, one very cool stat is that they played last time against each other in, I believe it was the Prague Masters, with the same color. Vidit had I would say a +4 or +5 position. But then he ended up, I think, blundering something and lost the game in 2 moves.
I think overall, Vidit does sometimes go wrong in such winning positions. We have seen it here as well. It happened to him in couple of games. But right now, after his win with Nihal and yesterday's game where he was pressing against Pranav, he seems to be in good form. So against Vincent, it will be a fun game.
I think it's the lady luck Vidit was mentioning. As soon as, he arrived, Vidit started winning and pushing in at least the last 2 games. So that's nice. And we have the playing now.
Yes.
Sagar, which game are you looking forward to?
Today, just as you guys mentioned, the game between Vidit and Vincent is very interesting. But also, will Arjun Erigaisi make a comeback after his loss against Nihal yesterday? He will face Pranav. And if Arjun manages to strike back, I think he'll be back on track. If he draws or loses, then his chances of finishing at the top do keep reducing.
Absolutely. Arjun and Pranav have the most, I would say, one-sided stat amongst everyone else, because they have played a total of 13 times and the score is 11 wins for Arjun and 2 wins for Pranav.
Wow. So psychologically also, Pranav might be in a little bit of pressure here today.
I would be in the same situation as well, because Arjun just lost. I mean, and whenever you lose a game, you have this drive to sort of, get back to the leaderboard. He's playing with the white pieces. He has such creative ideas, from in the first 5 moves. I would say it's going to be it's not going to be an easy day for Pranav here.
Right. And look at the atmosphere we have in the playing venue there. We have the chief arbiter, Atharva Godbole, who's walking in between. There we have the very famous and experienced arbiter Anant Raman sir here. So cool to see a lot of people coming in. We also have there on the far right side the man in the cap, labor law advisor Visham here, who loves chess. He's a big YouTuber, has more than 5 million subscribers, and he made the opening move yesterday. Today he's here. He's enjoying himself. He loves the atmosphere. So nice to see different personalities coming into Chennai.
Absolutely. And also, he's a very big chess fan as well. I believe yesterday at dinner he mentioned he has around 14,000 or some games on chess.com played. I mean, when you have 5 million subscribers, how do you have the time to play 14,000 games?
He told me that he loves chess so much that he keeps a tab open, and whenever someone in his company comes to ask him, he switches tab and says, "Oh yeah, I'm just checking my emails." Keep
Wow.
playing. And that's how it is. Meanwhile, today there's a tension that's of course brewing, because after today's round we will reach the beyond the halfway mark, and there we have the guest coming in to make the first move.
Yeah, chief guest Atulya Mishra sir is with us. Sagar bhai, can you tell us more about him?
Well, I would say that he is the man behind the Chennai Grandmasters happening for the first time in 2023. The Chennai government supported it massively 2023, 2024. And Atulya Mishra sir was there all throughout. But not just this, in the past as well, has supported chess intensely. We have pictures of young Vishy Anand being felicitated by him through the Tamil Nadu government, the sports department, and so on. So it's beautiful to have him here. He's an IAS officer. And let's see what move he chooses. He also loves chess dearly.
That's great to hear. You know, he's also kind of played a part in which Gukesh became the world champion in a way.
Absolutely. And
Absolutely.
there we have
It's
the
Vincent's board, I think.
Yeah, they are making it on the board of Vincent, and Vidit is like, okay, you can choose which move you want to make. E4. Aha. That's a nice move. Do you think Vidit will play E4 today against Vincent?
I think so. The last time they played against each other, Vidit played the English opening against him, and he didn't. I mean, even though he was winning, he doesn't have good memories of that game.
Yeah.
So I would think that he would want to change up, and an E4 is best by test. And I think it can be possible for sure.
But here he has chosen D4 in both his games. So I'm actually very curious. And there we also have Srinath Narayanan, who's here, who has been a big force behind Chennai Grandmasters happening. So
And handshake, Sagar bhai, we are underway.
let's go.
Let's jump right into Vidit versus Vincent and see what did he choose.
Well, I am pretty sure Vidit chooses meditation first before making any move. He will be completely zoned in and focused there.
I'm seeing 2 games right now. Both of them have played E4 so far. But Vidit is, of course, he's going to meditate. As Sagar bhai mentioned, he's going to think. And he plays D4. D4, the queen's pawn opening. So the third game with the white pieces with the same opening.
Oh, nice. And what will Vincent choose? I'm pretty sure Vincent doesn't go for all these King's Indian and Grunfeld setups. He'll be solid. He's leading the tournament by 1 point. A draw will be a decent result for Vincent with black pieces. I mean, if Vidit decides to be solid.
So my question to Rakesh bhai and to Sagar bhai as well. If you are in Vincent's sort of situation and you are leading the tournament by 1 point,
Yeah.
do you play for a win knowing that last time, you got the better of this player, or do you play solid, or what's your strategy?
I think just what Vincent was saying, it's a good start. So the pressure is kind of off, but it's just one move at a time. Like you can maybe just have like a wait and watch strategy, I think. And it's like, I think it's a very important event because you get those crucial FIDE circuit points. So I think Vincent will be happy with the draw. Sagar bhai, what do you think?
Yeah, also depends on how Vidit comes to the game, right? If Vidit comes all guns blazing, I would really want him to go knight c3 here. Because then we could expect a Nimzo Indian or even something, like it'll be bubbling. But if knight f3,
Knight f3 is considered to be a lot more solid, but knight
G3.
like I'm not going to go with both of you guys, knight f3. Oh, and what did Vincent do? c5?
Okay, Vincent is not playing solid in this game at all. This is the fianchet of Benoni. Of course, the Benoni defense, but since Vidit went for the G3 setup, it's called the fianchet of Benoni. And as far as I'm aware, this is probably one of the most troubling problems for white. That's why most players start with knight f3 and not with g3. Because once you've committed g3, you have to put your bishop on g2. And Benoni, which has, I would say, a bit of a bad reputation in that sense because it's very dynamic, but it can also you can also kill it with brute force. But in Fianchetto Benoni, that's not the case because Fianchetto Benoni is more or less even for both colors.
I think Rakesh Bhai is quite an expert at pushing his C pawns forward in against the D4 openings.
Yeah.
You might have played Benoni, yeah?
Yeah, I've played this, and we might get some kind of a Benko also. After D5, if Vincent pushes B5,
Oh, Rakesh.
we are in the Blumenfeld, a version of the Blumenfeld, or transpose position of the Benko as well.
Right. I think Vincent C5 is going to evoke a lot of thought from Vidit.
Yeah.
Because he has two options now. Push the pawn, as Sahaj mentioned, go into Benoni structure, or bring the knight out to F3, which is more in the spirit of how Vidit likes to play.
Absolutely. And neither of those options, I think, are. I mean, maybe knight f3 can be a bit more solid, as you said, but there are variations where black can try to, mess up the position. I think a big decision for Vidit already on the move 4.
But what a statement by Vincent. Here he is leading the tournament, 3.5 out of 4. We were discussing, he'll go solid, he'll be okay with a draw, and suddenly plays C5 and says, look, I'm here to score 4.5 out of 5.
I mean, you just got to love the younger generation. They're afraid of no one. They don't care about the tournaments, the ratings, the standings. Just want to come and fight it out each and every game, Sahaj.
Absolutely, and I just saw on the screen that's a Vincent stare right there that I'm seeing for the first time in my life. That Vincent giving a stare after playing C5, it looks a bit scary.
Yeah, I'm a bit intimidated here.
Another one.
Look at Vidit and he gets up. Vidit has been we are used to Vidit taking a lot of time. I think it'll be interesting to see how this game goes. Let's move on to the next one here. Guys, should we go to Arjun Erigaisi against Pranav V?
Absolutely, because some fire has already started on the board. So please take it away, Sagar bhai.
Let's go. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, all normal. We have the Rui Lopez. And suddenly Pranav is like, hey, no main lines. I'm going bishop C5. Any experience here, guys?
I've studied this from the white side a bunch of times. I have looked at it from the black side, but never had the courage to play it. Because I feel with the C3 D4 setup, white gets a very good advantage. But I'm sure Pranav has something up his sleeve here because you don't sidestep this early on without having a surprise, behind. So let's see what happens. I think
worried here. Knight F6 and Arjun, just like Sahaj mentioned, pushes D4, takes, and what? Castles. Okay, I don't know. I mean, if you took the pawn back, I believe there would have been a check here, right?
Yeah.
And then knight takes E4 becomes an issue, perhaps. I mean, there must be theory with BD2 and so on. But right now, he has castled here.
No, I think we have one more move on the board, and Pranav played D takes C3.
What?
Accepting the pawn sack. I think this is like 1950s.
Yeah.
Or something.
Or 1800s.
1800s actually, in fact. Not caring about your pawns. Arjun going for the attack, going for the development. And now he's in the box, Sagar bhai.
Yeah, I think right now, Arjun has been made to think. So think about it this way, guys. White's position is good. The theory might not really favor black here, but the question is Arjun well prepared? Does he remember the lines?
That's a good question to have. And I was looking at the stats of this opening, and after D takes C3, there are only 2 games played total after D takes C3. Yes. So that already tells me that if Arjun does not know this, it will be it could become a difficult game for him in the future.
Man.
And Sagar bhai, look at the time situation. Pranav has more time than he started out with.
Yeah.
And Arjun is definitely remembering his lines. But just shows that Pranav is well prepared for this one.
And Arjun is looking calm on the outside, but I'm pretty sure he's a bit panicking from within. He's like, what is happening here? I've never seen this before. Should I take the pawn on c3? Should I push the pawn forward to e5? I believe these two are the critical moves here.
He goes for that, Sagar.
Wow.
Oh,
And
pushes
the
forward.
blue arrow appears, meaning knight g4 is the only move. And I think Pranav's going to play it quickly.
Yeah, he will play it here. I'm pretty sure. If he starts thinking here, I'll be super surprised. First you take on c3, then you are not prepared for e5. Come on, that's not deep preparation.
And
So,
the principal of the school, Anish Giri, having the look, really puzzled. He takes a walk always, Anish, and just checks how all the games have started out.
So there are two moves possible in this position. First, of course, is knight to g4 as shown by the blue arrow. And the second option, which I think is not as bad, is c takes b2 and then knight g4. Although it looks really, really dangerous.
and I am a bit worried about this bishop coming here. And then you already defended this. So if I push you away, I'm pretty sure you're going to sack on f2 now.
Do I? Yes.
I mean, if you have
I have no idea. I will say what you are telling me to do because I'm not even sure what to play in this position.
Yeah.
It seems very, very dangerous, I would say, for black.
And maybe such a position is maybe black's dream scenario, right? Like you've castled it out, your king is safe, you have a rook, and I don't know how many pawns? 3 pawns for 2 pieces.
It's kind of that endgame we saw yesterday, knight and 3 pawns for Nihal versus Arjun's sole rook. But yeah, Sagar, I'm worried Pranav is thinking.
Yeah, Pranav, very curious. What is going on? Arjun gets up, starts walking. Pranav is now thinking about what move to make. But as Sahaj says, I believe he's trying to recollect between these two moves. CB2 and knight g4.
This is the type of position that I don't want to be recollecting my thoughts in. I believe as black you should know everything to the T,
Yeah.
Because the one moment where you're unsure, or if you remember something else, it can turn out very, very bad for you.
Could it be that Pranav mixed up something and went into this line only to realize now that, hey, I didn't want to really play this? I mean, why else would he think?
Yeah, especially against a player like Arjun.
Yeah.
You don't want to get into these positions.
Maybe it's possible it was bishop b5, a6, and then bishop c5.
Could be.
Something like that, but okay, probably that is not at this level. I think such mishaps are not going to happen.
Well, they don't happen usually until they happen. Yeah, so I don't know. And let's keep a tab on this game to see how much time Pranav takes for his move here. Let's go to the next one, guys. Which one should we go to? Awonder Liang versus Nihal Sari?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, we have a very interesting Sicilian Rosolimo that happened here with Awonder being white. Bishop b5, knight f6, pawn takes, d3 played, queen to c7 with the idea of e5, a4 by Awonder, and now Nihal plays e5. We have castling on the board. Bishop comes out and b3. This is where we stand, guys.
So basically, whenever we go to a game, the player just plays b3.
Yes. b3 is there everywhere, guys. That's Chennai Grandmasters for you. And
Absolutely.
what do you think? Bishop b2 is the idea here, or bishop a3?
I think both of them are decent moves in this position. You want to keep flexible because b2 attacks e5, a3 attacks c5. But I think one of the more sort of general plans here is to play knight to d2 and knight to c4. Because you want to activate that knight, put pressure on e5. And the point is to not just take the pawn on e5, but also to have this secondary plan of bringing the knight from c4 to e3, where it can join the attack on f5.
Nice. Very cool. By the way, Rakesh bhai, any new updates on Awonder Liang and his new quotes that he has made?
I mean, my favorite one is thanks to the organizers for welcoming me to the Arjun Farming Invitational. Can't top that. So, and he's so genuine, so likable, loves to, explore into new things. He was, in fact, even in the control room of the producers trying to play with the cameras, the live cameras. So, it's just so fun to be around.
Yeah, and also the tournament isn't going so badly for him, right? He's doing quite well. He's on 2 points out of 4. He's beaten one of the games he won. Was it against Jordan?
Jordan.
He beat
Yeah.
Jordan.
Yeah, drew with his countrymen yesterday. So, and he's like the smiling assassin,
Yeah.
Maybe he's not putting pressure on himself and suddenly he's enjoying his chess.
Correct. Well, I wonder Liang is someone we've been following since a very young age. When Prag, Nihal, Arjun, all of these youngsters were growing up, I wonder was this big talent from USA.
Yeah.
And he was, I think, a little bit ahead of the curve as well. And, he has slowed down a bit, but also like to reach 26-96 is amazing, at this age. So, two huge talents facing off each other in I wonder Nihal.
Absolutely nicely put there. And while Nihal ponders over this position, maybe we can look at Vidit versus Vincent one more
Again,
time,
let's
because
go back.
Yeah.
some updates have been there. He did go for knight to f3, so going for that solid approach early on. And black goes c takes d4, knight takes d4, and bishop to b4 checks. Now, as far as I know, this is not as typical in these positions because the main move here is supposed to be d5 instead of bishop b4, where black tries to play this e5 d4 setup and the position becomes a bit messy. But bishop b4 check also is still a very, very logical move. It's not the most popular, and this is perhaps what explains why Vidit is thinking for such a long time.
Rakesh bhai, would you, and also Sahaj bhai, would you like to play knight to c3 here? Just giving up this and taking the doubled pawns. Of course, taking might not be the best move, but it does open up that possibility.
Yeah, but it also opens up, your weaknesses on the a3 f8 diagonal after you take, and that d6 square is such a juicy square for my knight, and I think I'll take this deal. But I'm wondering, just Vincent is so well prepared, having more time than he started with. He definitely has something up his sleeve here.
Yeah, and also everyone's going for surprises, and Vidit is the one who's always falling down on time. Then he gets into trouble. Suddenly he finds great moves, then moves ahead in the position, and all these weird things happen in Vidit's game. He's the most entertaining player here until now.
Absolutely. And knight c3 is supposed to be the best move here for white, although it does open up some dynamic possibilities for black. And considering the fact that Vincent is the one who's better prepared here, just judging by the time, maybe this is not something that Vidit goes for, because he might go for something more solid like bishop d2, because that keeps things a bit more balanced.
Very solid there. I think that's true. Bishop d2 is what we might see. Should we have a look at Karthikeyan Murali and Anish Giri? So Anish here has been having a slightly tough time, can I put it that way? 4 draws in 4 rounds.
It's normal, no? But yeah, I mean, from the standpoint where he's not pushing, Anish doesn't definitely mind the draws, but you normally expect him to be at +1 around this stage.
Also, Anish is in this stage right now where he's trying to push a bit, and he's trying to be more aggressive. He won some events like Sharjah Masters, and he's trying to open up himself, and then he comes here and he has been held to 4 draws, while Karthikeyan won a very nice game against Jordan yesterday. So he's in this, he's like, okay, I've taken down Dutch number 2, now it's time for Dutch number 1.
Nicely put there. But judging by the position, Anish seems to be better prepared with bishop b5 on the board. An hour and 30 minutes for Anish, an hour and 24 minutes for Karthikeyan. How many games have been played here so far? Actually, just 1 game. So we might be entering some new territory already.
So just to show our viewers how this position was reached, we had the Italian, which is one of Anish's favorite openings. D3, bishop c5, c3, castles, and then d5. Karthikeyan going for a very direct approach. Pawn takes, knight takes, rook e1. Now this pawn is a bit weak. We have bishop g4, which is very typical. Knight d2. I think we have seen this happening quite a lot of times.
Yeah.
But b4, maybe this is played perhaps as well. b4, bishop e7, and bishop b5. Anish playing super quickly. I have this feeling that this opening is played many times, but Anish has deviated here with b4.
Maybe something like a novelty, like home prep by Anish.
So there has only been one game in Bishop B5 so far between Wei Yi and Levon Aronian in some Aronian versus Wei Yi match in July 2025. So definitely some preparation here by Anish.
Trendy openings. Anish always coming up with the good stuff here. And Sagabhai, remind me, Murali was coached by Ramesh, sir, right?
Yes, he is working at the Chess Gurukul and also trained by GM RB Ramesh. Why do you ask?
Because he's in the audience. So RB Ramesh, sir, all nice, amazing to have him here. And he will be very happy with how Murali's game yesterday.
Yeah.
And him getting like a last minute upgrade and proving that he belongs with the big boys.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that RB Ramesh has his hands full here in terms of doing games. So many of his students here, Karthikeyan Murali, of course. We also have Vaishali, and there are other players as well who have worked with him in the past, and he is a Dronacharya award winner, which just goes to show one of the best in the country and the world.
Yeah, for sure.
So bishop b5 played, and here we see Karthikeyan thinking, I think rightly so, because when you are facing the force of Anish Giri and his amazing prep, you want to take it carefully here.
Anish is like an opening beast, so definitely don't want to take this lightly. And like Sahaj mentioned, just one game in the position, invest your time now, Murali, because you might need it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very, very easy to go wrong in a situation like that. Already you can see this bishop c6, knight e5. Okay, knight e5 not possible. I'm going to move my queen and the e5 pawn is going to become a bit loose. But yeah, some imbalances already on the horizon. And I also like these ideas of pushing a4, a5, a6. And a5 and a6 sort of happening with a tempo there as well. So I think a great choice by Anish, and it shows on the clock as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. This is very interesting. Are we looking at Anish's first win of the tournament here? Let's head over to Jordan Van Foreest versus Ray Robson. This one, very important game for Jordan. 2 losses in a row for him. Can he stop the bleeding here? And Ray Robson playing quite well, 2 out of 4 at this point.
So, Sagar bhai, please correct me if I'm wrong. Does this position remind you of Gukesh versus Ding game 3? When he took CD, ED and he played that H3 early on, and then he went for some G4 ideas in game 3, and he won that fantastic game.
Yeah,
I think very, very early on in the match. It kind of reminds me of that position a bit.
In general, from whatever I knew about Queen's Gambit declined, I was told that, hey, don't allow the black bishop to come on f5. Because once it comes there, black is very happy. He'll go knight d7, castle, and so on. But it seems like modern theory is like, okay, let the bishop come to f5, and then we will play maybe h3, g4, maybe knight h4. And I think, yes, this was kind of the logic with which Gukesh played in that game against Ding, against that light squared bishop.
Very, very nicely put. And the idea of g4 not necessarily is to attack on the king side, but to make sure that black doesn't castle on the king side. Because if the pawn is on g4, you have already committed h6. Then it is very hard to castle, because you already have given white that hook to open up the h file via this g4, g5 push. So I think also Jordan putting up some pressure here.
Yeah. Big moment here for Ray Robson. What will he do against this g4 idea? We'll come back to this game. We want to go back to Arjun Erigaisi versus Pranav, because what did Pranav do after that moment? Oh, he thought for a bit, guys, but then he was very quick to make his moves. After d takes c3, e5, he played knight g4, and after knight c3, he has quickly castled here, leaving Arjun Erigaisi in a thinking mode now.
I must say props to Pranav for going into this variation against Arjun.
Yeah, and props to Pranav for also having more time than Arjun after the opening. That is a rare occurrence, Sagar bhai. I've rarely seen Arjun struggle in the opening.
Yeah, it's like the guy Arjun always surprises his opponents with some new idea.
Yeah.
And here he is being surprised. And I think Pranav must have spent a good amount of time thinking, what should I do against Arjun? Because he can go d4, e4, everything. Somehow he has hit upon this. But guys, what about this actual position? Isn't the e5 pawn hanging now? Like, I can actually take it here.
Yeah, that's an interesting possibility, and we'll see what what Arjun comes up with, because he's got to defend that pawn, Sahaj.
That's not going to be an easy task because you have bishop g5 and knight e4. So you cannot play rook e1 immediately because you are going to not that f2 pawn is going to be in
the golden pawn.
The golden pawn is going to be in danger. So you cannot defend the pawn instantly. You will have to play something like bishop g5 and knight e4, and both of these moves are direct, and both of them I feel are a bit
Bishop
dangerous.
g5 on the board, Sahaj, as you were calling it out.
Wow, Arjun making no mistakes. It was the best move, and once again, I think it's for the third time in a row we are seeing the blue arrow being shown on the board, and it's not even 10 moves on the board.
Yeah, that just shows this pawn sacrifice line is super attacking for white, and black has to be careful with his defense.
Absolutely. So bishop e7, I believe, is the move here. Pranav, look at the intensity that he's looking at the position. I mean, we know for sure that he has this position, back home in his prep. But he's still trying to keep that focus up, and he plays bishop e7.
Best move in the position. Somehow feels Pranav is still in his prep.
Right. And right now, Pranav takes on e7 and bishop e7. Bishop takes e7 has happened, and the game is heating up. I don't know who's better. Maybe it's a good time for us to have someone very, very special joining us in the commentary room. Here in the commentary box, we have Grandmaster RB Ramesh joining us. One of India's finest trainers, Dronacharya Award winner. Guys, let's have a big round of applause for him.
Thank you, Sagar.
Thank you so much for being here, Ramesh. How have you felt being here at the Chennai Grandmasters? You visited during the first event, I remember. Also during the second one, you were there. And now this is the third edition happening in your hometown.
Really happy, from various reasons. One, Chennai, we can rightly call it the chess capital of India, at least going by the past records. We have produced so many grandmasters, world champions, and so on. And despite that, we have not seen, not just in Chennai, but pan-India, we have not seen any major tournament happening. And it's really sad to see, most of the young, talented players from India, they don't get to watch the stalwarts from India, in India, playing in action. It happens once in a year, probably the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz. Otherwise, it's not happening at all over the decades. And this has been the case even when Anand was at the top. He has been world champion 5 times. But my generation hardly ever saw Anand play in person. So it's good to see that the young players of this generation are able to see the Indian strong players playing in India. And that's a very heartwarming scene. And also the event is getting better and better. I have to congratulate the organizers for learning from every experience and making the experience more enjoyable for the audience, not just in person. We have a fantastic auditorium where the facilities are excellent, spectators are taken good care of. Also the online platform, online coverage is also getting better and better. So kudos to the organizers and the sponsors. And they're glad to see the event started as Chennai Masters, and now we have Chennai Masters and also Challengers.
Yes.
So that's amazing. Another set of players are getting opportunity to play such strong close tournaments, which is very difficult for many players to get invited to.
Right. We were just discussing. Yeah, Sahaj, go on.
So, what has been the most exciting game for you so far in this tournament? And I have one more question. Who is your favorite to win?
And if I can add one more question there, how many students do you have in this tournament who are playing?
Okay, so in the challenges, okay, right now it looks like it's either Pranesh or Abhimanyu. I believe one of them could be at the top. That doesn't mean others are not going to put up a good fight. I normally feel like I don't believe in predictions. I would just say, may the best player win, or may the one who plays better chess should deservingly win. So that's the same here as well. And with the Masters, it's tricky. Nihal has played many good games, but the results have been ups and downs. But yesterday's win against Arjun, I think, would do world of good for his confidence. I hope he will be able to, if he can get few wins at a stretch, then he'll be in the race as well. Of course, Vincent has had a great start.
Yes.
Dream start.
3.5 out of 4.
Yeah. So Anish also has been quite solid.
Yeah, 4 draws out of 4 rounds.
Yeah. And who else?
We have had Vidit
Yeah,
here,
Karthikeyan.
Karthikeyan won yesterday.
Yeah. So I was here in the morning yesterday, bringing my son for swimming class, and I met Karthikeyan, and he was a bit down because he had lost, kind of got outplayed by Vincent right from the opening in the earlier round, and we had a nice conversation before in the morning, and good, like he played a good game and won.
Can we have a look at his game against Anish? So maybe you can give your thoughts on this, because we are seeing some kind of a new opening here played by Anish Giri. And he is in super high prep, it seems. He is on 130. 1 hour 30 minutes for Anish.
Yeah. Also, like I see, like Karthikeyan is not very far behind. Also, like when your opponent is playing so quickly and confidently with the white pieces, you can expect you're almost sure like you are in their preparation. So you don't want to make any silly mistakes and make a fool out of yourself. So it's understandable. Karthikeyan is hesitating before every decision.
Yeah, maybe we can have Karthikeyan and Anish on our screen here. What do you feel about this position?
Yeah, so pawn structure wise, white has a better pawn structure. He has black C pawns are double, and white has to pass pawn on the A file. So this can become very handy if it goes to an endgame. But as it happens, like black's compensation is in the form of piece activity. The rook on A5, it is already like in the open file, putting pressure on the A2 pawn. And here the question, and the D3, C3, A2 are all weak. So now the question is, should we go bishop H5, G4, bishop G6, knight E5? Give that pawn, threatening knight C6 as well. So in many cases, black can play like this, but here the additional problem is knight C6 threat. Otherwise, this question should be playable, my guess. Like, let's say if the rook is on A8, maybe I would just play bishop D6, knight C6, queen H4. Looks like very good compensation.
Nice.
You know, I'm kind of thinking of in this position just to go rook takes E5 and just
Rook
see,
E5,
just see what happens.
Queen D3 or something.
No
sorry,
calculation
bishop F6.
necessary.
Bishop F6, yeah.
Wow, that is insane. If this happens, it will be like a look at these two bishops.
Yeah. So, at least for a human mind, it's good compensation.
Right. And also Karthikeyan is known to sack sometimes like this. We know his famous game against Ali Reza Firouzja, where he sacked the queen for just 2 minor pieces.
Yeah. So here the decision is like not only, so he has to take a call, like should he play bishop f3, give up the bishops, or then you will save the pawn. Let's say knight f3 and then you save the pawn, either bishop f6 or bishop b6. But, and I think the position should be playable.
He takes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think like Karthikeyan, who is in general very, very combative and creative, plays it a little bit safely more when he's playing such a strong event, or he keeps up his style?
No, I think it depends on a lot of factors. One, your current state of mind. like how good you feel about yourself. So if you feel very good about yourself, you will be more likely to take risk and play under pressing situations. And the other factor is like not only how you feel, but also your current form, like whether you are playing well or not, and also your opponent's form. All this play in our mind before we take such decisions. And also the age factor, the form of the player in general. Like if you are playing in such tournaments quite often, then you are not so much overwhelmed and you feel like this is just another big tournament. But if you are getting invitation to such events once in a while, then it can be a bit more pressuring than you want to make your mark or at least not make it too bad. So this can also make one take safe decisions.
Correct. Wow. Nice insights there. Sahaj, where should we go next?
It's a good question. I think we can check out Arjun versus Pranav because there was some fire on the board in that position. I think we were on bishop to e7 and then he took queen takes c7. I think knight d5. You can have that on the board.
Actually, this opening that Pranav played, very risky in a way. He played this bishop c5 line against the Ruy Lopez and then c3 d4. Do you have some experience in this? Have you seen it?
If my memory serves right, I only have a bad experience. I faced it when I was very young. And I remember there was a game, Konguvel versus Sudhakar Babu, I think, in Kolkata Goodrick International, where Sudhakar Babu also played bishop c5 and Konguvel just played castle and he played knight d4.
Oh,
and
wow.
then after knight d4, bishop d4, c3, bishop b6, it quickly fizzled out a draw.
Maybe
That's the whole point. So you need to play c3.
Okay. I didn't know that actually. That's a very cool point.
So that's why c3. And then black tries to exploit it, putting pressure.
And Arjun actually sacrificed
Typical Arjun.
a pawn. Yeah, he gives up a pawn even when I guess he knew his opponent is better prepared. He doesn't shy away from a fight. And after queen e7, knight d5, queen d8, we reach rook e1, d6 takes. This is the live board position. Bishop takes c6.
It's taking the pawn. Knight e7, knight c6, and then sit on d4 with the knight and try to play against the d6 pawn for eternity.
So apparently, I think knight takes c6 is not at least what I'm seeing here.
Maybe start with.
I think probably because knight c6 allows queen b6.
So maybe queen d4.
Like h3 first,
h3 knight
and then you take on c6. And I think Arjun maintains a slight edge in this position.
The difference is you have queen d6.
Yes,
After
exactly.
queen d6, knight c6, queen d6, you have queen d6.
Because now this pawn on f2 isn't hanging. Oops.
Yeah, with the knight on g4, the f2 would also be hanging.
So based on how the opening has gone, do you think it was a success for Pranav, or do you think Arjun is comfortable in these positions?
No, in one sense, like the game is not getting out of hand or too complicated. So in that sense, Pranav could be happy because Arjun loves volatile positions.
Yeah, of course.
So there is not much volatility here. So in that sense, he should be happy. But also on the other hand, it's just going to be eternal suffering for Pranav. So he just has to survive. So many cases, his best chance will be at some point you give up the d pawn and you try to play like a5, a4, provided let's say if white goes b3 at some point. You try to play a5, a4, exchange the pawn, and then double the rooks on the a file. Hopefully, you win the pawn, or you recheck rook and pawn in game 3 versus 3 rook pawn, and then it will be kind of a theoretical draw. I think that's his best chance. But with generally active pieces, such an outcome is usually very likely.
Do you think it's a good strategy for Pranav in this sense how he played? Because he chose a side, a sideline that is a bit questionable. Of course, very very deep prep there. But do you think it's a good strategy against someone like Arjun?
Yeah, these days, like with the powerful computers, now the margin between main lines and sidelines is getting very blurred. So many openings which we used to consider sidelines or non-playable, it just seems very much possible to play at least for one game. You can try many dubious ideas. In fact, like I was with Arjun today, and we were just discussing some, just going through some chess, and he was trying to come up with so many crazy ideas in the opening. So for one game these days, it seems almost every opening is playable, provided you just don't get a last position right out of the opening.
I see. So against someone like Arjun, it's a good idea. But let's say if Pranav was playing against someone who's not, let's say an elite player, would it still be a good idea?
It depends what he is looking for. Like if you're looking for a fight and then you reach this type of a position, then it's not what you wanted. But if you're thinking like you're surprising your opponent and you're happy with a draw, then I think this is a position you should be happy with. Because, like Anand, for example, in this position, he would probably blitz his way to a draw with so much activity.
So judging by how the game has gone, you think Pranav is more or less happy?
Yeah, I think he should be happy. Like, yes, almost all this development problem.
By the way, there was a very cool variation here, Sagar bhai. If instead of queen c2, if white went queen
We ask our audience.
Yes, let's do it. If white went queen takes d6, we can...
What should black do here? Yes?
Yes. In this position, it is black to play. If you can have someone in the audience, black to play after queen takes d6, what should black do?
Anyone can try here. We also have, if there's any thought, because the rook is hanging here on f8.
Right. And I think this was probably the trap that I think Pranav was trying to set, because if you don't play this move, you are optically in a worse position. And it's not an easy move, I think, to spot.
Yeah.
Especially
I don't even understand it after I see it with the engine. The move here is bishop h3. And what if I simply take g takes h3?
I think it's something like rook d8, I'm guessing. Yeah. And there is a repetition.
8. Wow. And I can't keep control of this knight.
Yeah, if you queen e7, then maybe you can just even go queen c6, no? And just continue the game.
Yeah. So actually, this was very interesting. But Arjun has played queen c2. My feeling is that Arjun will kind of slowly grind this position. It's while you are absolutely right that Pranav should be happy, maybe Arjun also is not very unhappy, right? There's something to play for. It's not complete dead draw, right?
Yeah, possibly. I'm just seeing like maybe a move like bishop f5.
Here, directly.
Directly. Just swap a few more pieces, but again, the d6 pawn.
Yeah.
But again, as I said, like you should try to get a5, a4 quick. Even if you give the d pawn at some point, hope to make a draw. The alternative is you keep the bishop. I don't know, bishop b7 or e6. No, either bishop e6 or bishop b7.
Sorry, bishop
b7.
b7, right?
Bishop b7. Maybe like knight d4, I'm guessing. Just to keep that eye on the f3 knight as well.
Yeah, so maybe rook c8.
Yeah, seems very logical. The question is, should white go queen to b3 here or queen to d2?
Ooh, queen b3.
No, with rook on rook a c8, it's very tempting to play queen b3. But maybe we can just take on a6, the worst case.
So would you say this game is most likely to end in a draw?
Very good chance. I mean, against a good defensive player or someone who is good in positional chess, with black, I think they will draw without much adventure.
And Sagar bhai, maybe we should check Vaishali's game, because you can't have Ramesh sir on stage and not check Vaishali's game.
Yeah, maybe we could go to the venue. Yeah, there we have Vaishali playing here, and she's taking on Harshvardhan GB. Ramesh, could you tell us a bit about, we all know Vaishali now, she's played at the top level. Are you aware of Harshvardhan? Have you ever worked with him?
No, I've never worked with him, but of course, I'm very much aware. is the son of my good friend, and good that he has got this big platform because it's not easy to play in such a big platform being an IM, and he has rightfully earned his place in the qualification process. So it's very good for him to play in such a big platform. And yesterday he did quite well and ended in a tragedy, unfortunately. But he had a very good game yesterday. He was better, I thought, for some time. And then in the rook ending, he lost his way. And for some reason, he declined the repetition and got into a lost position very quickly. But that just goes to show the inexperience. Like if you have played a lot of tournaments, an experienced player would just simply take a draw there. They wouldn't risk too much. But that's how we learn. Playing in such a big platform is not easy for a youngster for the first time. And we make some impractical decisions and pay the price. And then we learn the lesson. So next time around, we'll be more cautious.
Right.
So just referencing the game from yesterday, I believe it was against Dipta and Ghosh. He had a good rook end game there, but he had a multiple, repetitions as well, which he avoided. Would you say that's a good decision for someone who's, for him, it's his first sort of, major event? And
I was just talking to his father before I came here, and he was telling, like, when he asked Ash why he did not take the repetition, he said, like, I wanted to play for a win with the connected pass pawns. I thought the pawn race, I'll be ahead. And he misjudged it. But we have all done much worse decisions
of course.
in our life. So it's very understandable. So generally, like as a coach, I try not to judge the players for their decisions too harshly because, in the heat of the game, we have to take decisions. Yeah, here he was having the repetition.
Right.
So black was repeating and he could have gone king e4 and it will be a draw. So he felt in this pawn race, white's pawn will be faster. Maybe he thought the king will be good enough to block the pawns, but it just advancing too fast and he lost.
Yeah, tough game for Harshvardhan yesterday. And then now today he's facing Vaishali. And let's have a look at that game.
So when we went into this game, I detected a smile from Ramesh sir here. So would you say, are you happy with this position on how this has...
No, it just on my screen I'm seeing Queen H5 is a mistake. But again, understandable. Like yesterday, he took a risk from a safe position and it backfired. Now he's trying to play safe, trying to go to an opposite color bishop endgame. But it seems he's going to, again, a lot of suffering is on the cards. Like basically, like I believe at some point bishop f4 will come, and when you play d6 rook e7, it won't be easy to. Maybe, yeah, that's what I'm not sure. Maybe here you should just go g4. If I have to take, and then maybe f3 or h3, I'm not sure.
And then bishop f4, rook e7. And
yeah, if you can get c4, b3, even bishop b2 should be quite fine. There is going to be some pressure. He has to survive that. In many cases, like you can play c4. She's avoiding the exchange.
Oh, she didn't take. Wow.
Yep, she doesn't. Vaishali likes those dynamic positions, we all know that.
Yeah.
Vaishali is someone who's actually playing a lot. And she recently played the quarterfinals of the Women's World Cup. What does such a tournament do to her as a chess player, according to you?
She did quite well till some point and then lost her way. She was, we had 4 Indians at the top.
Yes.
And I was just hoping all the 4 will go to the semis.
Right.
But it was not to be. Yeah, but I think for Vaishali, she has already played many tournaments at the top level. So I think it's very important for her to cross the 2500 mark again because that will give a lot of confidence.
Right, and she
So
goes
knight
bishop
C4.
g5 now. Taking here is a big threat. Queen g6 might be an important move for Harshvardhan. So this is the situation here. We also have Adiban, who has made a comeback here. I mean, he's playing. Last year, he was a part of the commentary panel at Chennai Grandmasters. This year, he's playing. What are your thoughts on Adiban? You've watched him so closely. I think you worked with him before. Then you were part of the trainer of the Indian team when Adiban had played. What's your feeling about him playing here? Also, his entire journey from being 2700 plus to now here. But do you think he can come back? He can make a comeback to the top?
I think that's what I'm really curious as well, and wishing sincerely to happen, because he has been an amazing player from a very young age. I worked with him when he was very young, and a tremendous hard worker, lot of self-belief, and these are not. In olden days, these traits were kind of common. There were many young players who were confident about themselves and thinking big, but I see the current generation, it's not very common to have so much confidence. And to see him cross 2700 was amazing, but it was also heartbreaking to see him drop points consistently after that. Something has gone wrong, not his way, and I hope he's doing the right introspection. It's not easy to see our rating drop and then see the youngsters taking over. So I just hope and believe he's doing the right things. And I was following in recent French league, he had good results after a very long time. He played good quality chess and also rewarded with good results. So I'm hoping this will be his moment back to get back into the form. And his position, looks a bit tricky.
He played the Dutch defense. Wow.
AD always coming up with these crazy ideas, very, very early on. But you have worked with pretty much all the top players in the world. What would you say is the one single quality that sort of makes them break that barrier and reach the top and even stay at the top? If you could just...
Small correction, I have not worked with top players, many top players, few.
I think you're being a bit humble.
And I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to put down such great achievements to one quality. It won't come down to one quality. It has to be a combination of few qualities together. So one I would say is passion for the game. All these players, they love chess. They love chess not for the rewards or the accomplishments, but generally as a game. Just playing chess makes them happy. And so that is a very important quality. And we can see in Magnus also, nowadays, he's not enjoying probably the standard format of the game as much as he's enjoying, let's say, Blitz or the shorter formats or the freestyle. So he has his reasons. So it's not easy to just play the game and enjoy it at the same time. If it happens, it will be amazing. Because there's always this pressure to perform, which comes in once you become a reasonably good player. This pressure to perform and also to retain your reputation, which you have earned so hard, all this comes into the play and it complicates things. And so passion for the game, talent, of course, all these players are extremely talented and a lot of hard work. I've seen personally so many players sacrifice so many things for chess. You get to miss important events in the family, important occasions, schools, exams, friends, and so on, which is kind of taken for granted for people who are not pursuing sports like chess. And they also have to travel a lot, insane amount of travels there. So it's not easy, but if you are able to succeed and do well, it's really, you feel really good about yourself. It's like you are rewarded for all the struggles you have gone through. And I hope Adiban will be able to feel that again, one more innings for him at least.
Nice. Yeah, we also hope for the same, that Adiban, he will be able to feel that again, one more innings for him at least. Nice. Yeah, we also hope for the same, that Adiban, he will be able to feel that again, one more innings for him at least. makes a comeback. He's still well placed in this tournament, 2 out of 4, couple of wins, and he will be doing pretty well. The position here looks kind of equalish, but very complex.
Yeah. So black would want to get castle at d6 quickly, but you don't want to allow bishop c4, d5. You want to play d6, not d5. So.
So if we
That's
go d6 here straight away, maybe there's bishop.
Maybe
c4,
even bishop c4. Yeah.
forcing
Knight d5, queen b3.
A move that seems quite interesting to me here is knight to d5 immediately, directly, because I have this idea of playing
Yeah, you have
sort of
f4 ideas.
f4, yes.
And also, yeah.
Maybe you can also put pressure on the
Yeah,
e5
makes sense
knight.
after you see it, but looks a bit scary.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
how about bishop c4 even here? And if
I'd be
d6,
lying to you if I
queen
said
b3,
I
knight-
calculated this, but
Knight a5, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe queen b3, b6.
wait, is knight? No. Knight a5
Quite
looks
strong, yeah.
and then f4 at some point
Yeah.
looks quite. Looks.
Yeah,
looks
so
quite-
I think this move can be found by elimination, because if you just go back one move, let's try to find the natural moves here. Castle bishop c4, knight d5, queen b3, right? So we eliminate this move, and you don't want to play d5.
Of course.
So once we rule out castle, then d6 is the only other logical move. You want to kick the knight away and also preempt the bishop c4, but bishop c4 is coming anyway. And again, knight d5, you're getting into all this nasty pins.
I think after knight d5 there might be queen b3. Is that working?
Queen b3 is still working, I guess.
Correct. Yeah, it's very strong.
Yeah. So once you rule out d6 and castle, which are the natural moves, if natural moves don't work, then you go to unnatural moves. Knight d5 in that sense.
It's a nice way to put it.
Yeah. So now d6 is coming.
I like how Ramesh explained this entire thinking, and I believe these are some of the techniques that you have also described in your books that you have written, right? They are on calculation, and there's also, I think, 2 books that you have written until now. Yes?
Logical decision making. That was my first book. Yeah.
And I think this is something that you are also dabbling into more and more, right? Writing books, making courses, and so on.
Yeah, I was very keen in writing books earlier, but after the calculation book, I thought like I wanted to take a break from writing the books. I have a lot of material, both in terms of explanation topics and examples, but putting together still needs some time investment, which I don't want to do at this point of time. I feel like when I'm more relaxed and I feel the urge to write the book, I have to write. I don't want to write a book for the sake of writing one.
No, besides writing books, I also really appreciate all of the stuff you put out on the internet, because it's so helpful for coaches, it's so helpful for players. You also had this WhatsApp group, I remember, where you used to have these advices for coaches, and no one, as far as I know, has ever done that. And it really helped so many people that I know. So thank you for doing that.
Thanks.
Also, you have another book coming out, I believe, on positional play. Is that correct? There was this improve your chess calculation, and then there was.
So I had published 3 chessable courses on 3 different topics. But one thing that is close to my heart is like I want to come up with a series of books where it should appeal to 3 set of audience. One is the players themselves, because I see like there are players from around the world who feel like they don't have access to good trainers wherever they are from. And there is, in general, shortage of trainers in many parts of the world. So I want to write books where the players can read and teach the game themselves. So it's not just analyzing positions, but how to learn the game themselves. Like how to decide which are the topics relevant for me, how to choose where I need to work. And once you decide, okay, this is where I need to get better, then how do you find the material? And once you find the material, how do you go through the material in a way you're able to get the benefit out of it? Because I have seen there are many children who say like, I solve puzzles every day, and then they are not able to calculate 2 plus 2. They struggle. So the work we do, it has to make us better. Otherwise, we are just spending time thinking we are doing productive work, but it's not really making us better. So at the end of the few years, like they will just feel frustrated. Despite working hard, I'm not finding the kind of improvement I was hoping for. So how to learn effectively by yourself? This is something I want to address. And the other is from the coach's perspective, how to teach this to someone else. One is doing it for yourself. The other is to transfer this knowledge to someone else. And then what are the practical problems a coach will face when you are trying to teach a concept? Because the personality of the student, the preferences and so on. Okay, yes, played a G4. Huh?
You know, I remember once that in your book, Improve Your Chess Calculation, you wrote this method of learning the books, which was you take a piece of paper and you make like a small hole in it and then you go through it. It was very informative for I think a lot of people. So it was very nice to, I think, because if you read like that, you're not going to look at the solutions and you will be prompted to sort of find things yourself and then you remember them better. So yeah, I think it was very, very useful in that sense. By the way,
G4, very committal.
G4 and now bishop C4 is not possible, right? D5 is coming. So perhaps we have to move the knight. Knight H4.
by the
But
way,
yeah, it's very committal as you say.
Yes.
Weakening a lot of squares, typical Adiban style. Should we go back to the masters?
just before we do that, just for 1 second, because Ramesh sir explains the position so well, maybe we can go to Harika versus Abhimanyu because there was a very, very nice position, almost symmetrical. But I would love to get your thoughts just one move before, if we could just go D takes C4. It's basically symmetrical, but there's a one difference between the knight on C3 and knight to A6. Just would love to get your insights here.
Yeah, here, like typically in symmetrical positions, what I would say, most likely one or both the central files are likely to be open. And so we have to presume both the possibilities. Like one file is getting open or the other file is getting, both the files are getting open. And then if both files are getting open, which file will be more crucial? Which file I need to focus on or get better control of? That will be one crucial aspect. And in some cases, like let's say if it's white to play, we take CD5, ED5, let's say. In these structures, again, this is not symmetrical anymore. If we get this structure, this is not symmetrical anymore. And the black will try to get C4, or he may want to get knight E4, rook C8, and put pressure on the B2, C3 pin. Basically, he will try to play for piece activity. And now, the other important factor, in my view, is in symmetrical structures, piece activity. Who is able to activate their pieces better will have a better position or chances to play for an advantage. So here, DC4, okay, Harika is playing very solid with the white pieces, typical of her style. And now, white has to take a call. I believe he will go for pawn takes C4. And then you try to push D5 if you can. And now there is already some dynamics in play. In case of CD, ED, then the knight on A6 could be misplaced. And now D5 is also a much serious threat because the queen on E7 is pinned as well. So if you don't take CD, ED, then
She has, by the way, Harika has taken back B takes C4 here. And
yeah,
now,
and Puranik, in general, like I'm quite impressed with his overall attitude and the kind of growth he has shown. It's a bright future, I hope. And, yeah, maybe will play knight E4 and try to.
he's constantly improving. Yeah, like he's now 26, around 2650, and I guess he is not stagnated. Although his growth has been step by step.
Very gradual but steady. Yeah, and a victory in this kind of platform, which will be very good for his confidence, and also he'll get a chance to play in the Masters next year. I think that is important, and I'm curious to see who will get that spot. As I mentioned earlier, it could be either of Abhimanyu or Pranesh. And as Pranesh's coach, I wish he will be able to do it because he is also looking for a good break in his career.
How important do you say is this one Masters event? Because after all, it's just one event, right? But do you think it changes the career path of a player?
It can easily. Like, no, many examples. Like even Arjun won this event last year, and did a world of good to his confidence. On the way, he bet Arjun also, and such things matter. Like you said, I mean, for what I have seen as a trainer is more than the chess skills, it's the self-belief. I mean, how good you feel about yourself. It plays a very major role, and I've seen many good players. For whatever strange reasons, they think they are not good enough, and probably they are comparing themselves with the very best, and since they are not able to replicate it by themselves, they are putting themselves down. But it's a very self-defeating way to approach, I would say. So it's extremely important if a player is ambitious. Like, you have to cherish your self-image, like what you feel about yourself. You have to be extremely careful about it. Even small negative thoughts about ourselves, periodically, if it is reinforced, then it will affect our confidence, I believe.
Yeah. Amazing insights there. Very important to have more confidence than just being a good player.
Is white getting d5 here or not? That's the a6. I was thinking maybe he should play knight e4 before rook c8.
I think here, according
coming,
to the engine, it's
Take
not
and play knight
coming
b4.
because of take.
And take knight. Just
Sorry, not knight b4.
knight b4. Yeah. e4, knight d5. No. Yeah, e4, knight of d5.
Yes,
Yeah.
very sharp.
Yeah, otherwise, I think white is just clearly better if knight of d5 is not coming.
Correct. Right, so d5 not coming. Should we quickly get, before like we go into our first break, we would like to do a roundup of all the Masters games, and then if we can do that. So should we begin with Karthikeyan and Anish Giri? Few moves have happened. Has Anish improved his position, or has Karthikeyan moved towards equality?
Yeah, it's very close to equality. I think both players would be happy. White has small nagging pressure. But the thing is, like, he should not make even a small slip. That will just equalize the game completely and quickly. But if he's not making any small slips, then one small slip from black will just make his position so much worse. For example, if you can get like bishop a3, bishop b4, let's say, and then push a5. But bishop a3 has rook a8.
And you just capture the a4
Yeah.
pawn.
And you can give the a pawn and capture the e pawn, but I don't think that's what white wants.
This would be closer to equality.
Yeah, but even here we see like some suffering. Yeah. Okay, this kind of question Anish would want, and Karthikeyan should be like more enterprising, just equalize directly if he can do that.
Okay, so this is Anish's game. Then we go to Vidit versus Vincent Keymer. We see a very typical position.
No, the time difference is
It's quite big.
yeah, with the white pieces, Vidit has fallen behind in time.
It has been a trend in this event. Vidit has been going low on the clock. Maybe it's something that he does struggle with a bit, like time pressure. He comes out of it, and maybe in this event, because he's playing after a long time, perhaps he's again in time
I
pressure.
think it's also a lot to do with the confidence of the player. I mean, that's what I'm seeing time and again with many players. Like, when you don't feel good inside or happy inside, or when you have some self-doubts, then all our negative qualities will become very prominent. And we hesitate before taking decisions, and then fall behind in time. That puts even more pressure.
Right.
So it's like a chicken and egg.
Yeah,
Vidit has had a roller
No,
coaster.
position wise, he's totally fine.
Sorry?
Position wise, he's completely fine.
Yeah, but it's just a time issue.
Yeah, just a
But
time.
you know, historically, like against Nihal, for example, he was in a similar situation where there was a difference of around half an hour after move 4 or 5 or something like that. And then it was Vidit who was in time pressure, and Nihal had more time on the clock, and yet somehow Vidit managed to pull, something, and he just managed to win.
Yeah.
Oh, Queen B6 played here by Vincent, putting pressure on the knight in the center and also the B2 pawn. Could get sharp if knight B5 or something with some bishop C7 ideas, knight C7 ideas. Or maybe you just played safe with knight B3.
Yeah, knight b5 looks really tempting, but it b2 f2 weaknesses. So we should be careful about bishop c5 or knight g4.
Aha.
My
Bishop
initial,
c5, bishop c7, bishop f2, king f1, queen c5. I don't know what is going on. Bishop d6 just.
Ooh.
Maybe that's
So
an
cool.
exchange
So
worth sacrificing.
Right.
Ramesh sir is too fast.
Yeah, that's a great line. And actually, bishop c5 is a mistake here. So Vincent may have to be careful if after knight db5.
Okay, knight e8 is something I don't want to play. If nothing else, I have to do it. But that will be the last option.
Yeah, it's also very passive.
Yeah.
I was considering a move like e5 just to prevent bishop c7.
Yeah.
Is this a good move, or what do you think? What are your thoughts?
No, like structurally, you are creating a big major compromise. d5 and the d5 square and the d7 pawn is forever going to be backward pawn. So if you don't get anything concrete, it will just be positionally not so great.
Okay. So here is Vincent versus Vidit. Moving on, Arjun Erigaisi versus Pranav V. A game where a lot is at stake. It seems like Pranav and Arjun are still in the balance here. Although the last move is a very tricky one, yeah, Queen E1 attacking the knight. I was just wondering if Black can do some tricks here. This is not possible to take Queen B2 because of Rook B1 and then B7 hangs.
No, at the worst, he has more d5,
Uh-huh.
but that is something you want to delay it as long as you can.
Because it limits the bishop.
Yeah, limits the bishop, weakens the dark squares. So in many ways. So ideally, you would want to not do that unless you are forced to. So maybe knight g5, queen d4. I don't know.
Oh, knight G5. That's very good.
Now, if you go knight f3, just take the knight, and
Yeah,
it's
and it
gonna
will be a
be
draw, I think.
So maybe white should avoid going knight takes g5 in that sense, and maybe go for something else. Knight g5 is a nice move though.
Yeah, very good.
Very, very tricky. Maybe you just defend the b pawn, or queen d2 or something.
Rook B3, Queen D.
Yeah,
rook b3
queen
also.
d2 threatening move the knight also.
Yeah.
If I don't want to exchange.
But the
Then
problem
again,
is,
knight e4.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
And also
Knight E4.
take. This position also should.
Yeah, it should very close to equal.
Yeah.
but it's suffering, right?
Suffering.
Yeah, suffering, but as I said, like this is what black wants. You can many times give the
Black
deep
wants to suffer.
a5, a4, and equalize reduce the queen side pawns, and this is easy to defend. Just king g8, rook c6, a5, a4.
Right.
And then we go to Nihal Sarin's game against Avonder Liang. And here we see very complex, like these Rosolimo positions are very complex. It's like slow build up and then something will happen in the 4th hour of play.
Yeah, he's going for f4 break, I think. f4, e4, both bishop f4. Bishop f4 I like.
Right. So here,
Yeah, so-
would you say white is slightly for preference, this position?
Yeah, more space. Black is very solid also. Also, if white has to get something on the king side, he has to make some pawn moves that can weaken his own king position. So that could be double-edged as well. But in many such situations, black even goes like f5 kind of, giving themselves the weak pawn on e5. But because of it doesn't have a light strike bishop, that can give some activity. I think very delicately poised. This is the kind of questions usually gets results.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Right. So nice game for both players here. Nihal also maybe wanting to go for his second win after his win yesterday. It's a nice one for him. He goes rook e8, building up. And lastly, we have Jordan versus Ray Robson here.
Saving the best for last, I think. White has played g4, black has played c5. What's going on?
Yeah, I think tricky where black wants to put the king.
Yeah, because long castle also doesn't look safe at all with the open b file.
I think both will just stay in the center and see where the other king goes and decide accordingly.
Correct. So this one also looks very complicated right now, and yeah, nice game between these two players. And Ramesh, thank you so much for coming here, joining us, and we had such a wonderful time, not just looking at games, but I think every time we spend some time with you, we learn a bit about chess training, about psychology, and about the players as well. So thank you for sharing the insights.
Thanks, Vidit.
See you guys on the other side of the break. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth round. We are heading into the middle game here, and some very exciting battles. Joining me are my two new co-commentators, Sahil Bhai, Kinsho. Welcome.
Hello everyone, good to see. Actually, still a pretty good crowd on a Monday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I think Monday is a hard working day for everyone and so much for the players. Yeah.
Yeah.
You really, really want to win today. We are around the halfway mark, right? 4.5 rounds in. And I think we still have one clear leader. So all the others are kind of thinking, how do we catch up to Vincent Keymer? So which game shall we start with, Sagabhai?
Let's go to Vincent's game because Vidit Vincent is definitely a very important game that we have. We left it at queen moving to b6, attacking the knight in the center and pawn on b2. And Vidit did go for this move, knight b5, which is quite combative. We have threats now of going into c7, a6 played. Oh, bishop c7. Wow.
That requires courage and preparation. Yeah, bishop c7. Vincent Keymer pulls his queen out to c5, and now bishop d6.
Oh, this is epic because now you have to trade the bishops, and now you can take with the knight, because if you take with the queen, I believe then there is queen takes c4, which is hanging, and this might not be to Vidit's liking. Knight d6, and if we assess this position carefully, the knight on d6 looks very pretty.
Exactly, I mean, we always want to keep the knights sort of close to the center with as many possibilities as possible. And it also gives a difficult time to the bishop on c8. I mean, how is Vincent going to be able to take that bishop out? I mean, the b7 square is already unavailable, and the pawns can really difficultly be pushed.
Very interesting position, Sagabhai, and also Vidit is behind on the clock. But what do you make of this? Because now apparently the only clear move for black to kind of maintain that equality is knight to d4, kind of cutting off the access to the knight and forcing a decision here. What are you going to do?
Yeah, actually, if we reach this position, it will be very interesting. I think Vincent is still thinking whether he should take on d6 or not. And if he doesn't do that and goes queen b6, we'll have more developments in that direction. So let's see how this game builds up. But looking good for Vidit. I mean, he has invested like 20 extra minutes on the clock than Vincent. But it seems to be that the position is going towards his kind of liking.
And Vincent actually just captured the bishop, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, he took, yeah?
On the camera, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it seems like a fairly easy decision to me, and that's very good news for Vidit, as you know, he's been lower on the clock so far.
Yeah, he was in a good mood today at lunch, hanging out with his, the better half. Rati, and he was chilling there. But I don't know, during the game, he always feels a bit tense, behind on the clock. So he would love a game where he's actually not behind. So now knight to d4 is the move for Vincent Keymer if he can find it. Otherwise, I think there's a bind, as you mentioned, Kinsho. It's very hard for the black pieces to come into the game. White is all set to castle, and the queen also, is a bit shaky on c5.
Yeah, this octopus knight on d6 is such a powerful piece. Vincent must take care of it. And let's have a look at this line. If the knight jumps to d4, now I'm threatening to take the knight on d6. So either you can take the bishop on c8, but then that's like you went all the way to take a piece that never moved, nor has any possibility to move. So perhaps the other option is then to play e3. And then if queen takes d6, queen takes d4, queen takes, pawn takes, and this should be a very pleasant endgame for Vidit.
Definitely. I mean, the bishop on g2 looks fantastic. Again, the b pawn is kind of tied for now on b7. The c8 bishop is stuck, and the development is not so easy for Vincent here.
Yep, and he has just played knight to d4, so we might see this happen. And of course, the final position we saw is just a Vidit's position. That slight edge. He's used to this Catalan structure and using that strong bishop on g2. So Vidit will be very happy with this because it's a simple position. So his less time on the clock doesn't matter as much.
Correct.
And also, I think he gets to push against the tournament leader.
Yeah, we can already see Vincent looking a bit worried there. We'll see if Vincent manages to hold here, but I think as of now, it doesn't seem a position where Vincent has any chances. You know, it's like a two-way struggle. Let's go to the next game.
Yeah, let's go to Arjun against Pranav maybe. And this is the current position. Queen to E1, attacking the knight, rook E8 and rook to C1. Both players managing their time pretty well. But yeah, I mean, what do you think? What are your first take, Sagabai, on the position?
I'm very impressed, by the way, with the way Pranav has played in this game. My emotions were always going topsy-turvy here. First, I thought, how the hell can Pranav play such an opening against a well-prepared guy like Arjun? Then later, when he got a decent position, I was like, great. Then this weak isolated pawn on d6, and I was like, oh, long defense ahead. Now suddenly the rooks are on c8 and e8, and I'm like, good job, Pranav. I'm not able to decide whether this is good for Pranav or not. What do you guys think?
Definitely feels like the emotional roller coaster that you're mentioning. And I mean, we know that Arjun lost devastatingly yesterday, and Pranav is definitely taking up on this. I mean, imagine trying to do your best against the highest rated in the field, who also suffered a tough loss yesterday. I'm really happy also the way that he's playing here, Pranav, so far. And he's showing us once again that he definitely deserves to be on this field.
Yeah.
Pranav, I think, he did draw against Vidit yesterday, right? It wasn't an easy game. He held his nerve and played very quickly. Like, there was not a single moment when Vidit had even the slightest glimmer of an opportunity. So that will give him a lot of confidence. I can hold my fort against the top players of the world.
Correct. And Pranav has drawn with Vidit and Anish and good players here. The question is, if Queen takes B2 here, should we ask a few people here who are watching this? We have some grandmasters here, some international masters. Maybe they can give it a shot, although for them perhaps the difficulty is to see the board. Yeah, that's why it might be a tough question. Guys, what does white do here? Anyone? Yes, sir. Rook B1, what a great answer. Attacking the queen, loses the bishop, and maybe a better, just there's no defense here. You lose a piece. Okay, so going here. Oh, by the way, trades have happened. Rook C8 on the board. And now the thing is, where do you put your queen? Because queen B1, possible to attack the knight, but then there's this very interesting move, knight D2.
Yeah, and if you take, of course, the black queen enters, and at this point, you have to start debating who's actually pushing for the win, yeah? Is it Vidit or is it actually Pranav? So, queen b1 not a good square. You can't interpose with the rook because the knight controls it. And let's say queen e1, the engine's first preference, you put pressure on this knight so it gives you time, yeah, to at least save this pawn for now. So, queen e1 maybe played on the board by Vidit. And Arjun, let's see.
If you play queen b2 now, rook e4, loses the game.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Rook c1.
Oh, but rook b3 instead,
Yes,
yeah?
exactly. Rook b3, queen a2, and rook b7. And this should work well. Although here, the line still continues with rook to c1, take, queen takes pawn, king h1, knight g3, king h2, knight f1, and it's a draw. Unless you give your queen, take.
I guess
And let's say take on. Okay, so which pawn do you take? A7 or f7?
Imagine reaching this position. Pranav is like, okay, I assess this as good for black and goes here.
But Arjun will, sacrifice his queen in that position.
Yeah.
Like, there's no doubt about it. The only question is how much, winning this is. I'm not completely sure. And I would love to take the f pawn, but I'm worried, there are slight losing chances as well. So which one do you grab?
Yeah, a7 seems safer there. And then white can press this endlessly. So we have reached queen e1. And Kincho, what's your feeling about this game? Do you think that this will end in a quick draw, or you think that it'll go on and on for many, many moves here?
You see, maybe if Arjun won yesterday, I would be more inclined to say, maybe they would go in a draw. However, after the loss, I'm thinking that Arjun definitely wants to bounce back. So I'm sure that if there is a fight coming up, he's not gonna be scared to take up on it, and he's gonna do his best to get back into the race.
Nice. Okay, so very interesting take there that the previous day game would impact Arjun a bit here. Let's go now to Avonder Liang versus Nihal Serene.
I don't know if you noticed that moment when Nihal came in late, the start of the game.
We missed it.
He came in late, and Liang had that huge yawn at the start of the game as he was waiting. And then Nihal's pen wasn't working. So he did not play the move until the new pen was, brought to his table. So he was like 3 or 4 minutes down at the start of the game itself. So it was so much fun to watch. But Nihal, of course, that epic win yesterday against Arjun, that will give him a lot of confidence. But right now, I'm a bit scared of the queen.
Spawn down.
Yeah, I am a bit worried for Nihal Serene here.
Yeah, also the knight is jumping into f5.
Knight on f5, maybe queen g4. The bishop is also looking at h6. The rooks can also jump into the position quite quickly. So I think Nihal definitely has to stay precise in this position. Otherwise, just one moment when he misses something and the position can crumble so quickly.
Yeah, you are right in pointing this out. This attacking chances with knight f5, queen g4 look very, very strong. And so Avonder Liang, once again, putting pressure here. He's having a good tournament here.
Yeah, 2 out of 4, doing pretty well. And as he mentioned, he jokes about how Indian players are too strong. But I think in today's game, maybe his opinion is going to change.
Yeah, maybe he'll put a lot of pressure on Nihal. And moving in here, we have another game that is ANISH Giri versus Karthikeyan Murali. And small change has occurred. If we go back to the position, we left it off at a4, queen d7, queen c2, rook d8, attacking the d3 pawn, and he played d4. Takes. I was just wondering if taking the pawn makes any sense. Take.
Maybe he was worried. Yeah, the bishop on b2 looks quite strong.
Yeah, very strong.
c6 pawn is weak. Back rank issues as well. The rook on a5 looks a bit, it looks optically a bit weird. So I think maybe he went for the logical choice. And somehow the bar really thinks black is absolutely fine here.
Yeah, because a4 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to save it actually. And this is the problem that ANISH has. Did he solve it?
Not yet. I think we have waited. He played bishop f4.
Wow. What if I simply chop off the pawn? Rook takes a4, rook takes a4, rook takes a4.
And then we see a nice move from white actually. If we can have any guesses for white's best move in the position.
Yeah, white to move. What do you do here? A very important moment. Otherwise, you are pawn down.
Yeah, and this move gives you a win actually for white.
Really?
Yeah.
It's winning?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
There are certain tactics, but the first move is, I think, very logical. It makes sense instantly. Any guesses?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, Hawkeye there. Bishop takes c7.
And if you take it, then it is checkmate in 1. So not an easy position. ANISH has seen this. That's why bishop f4. But as of now, this is the current position. And we are waiting for Karthikeyan to play.
You see, this is a very interesting position for me because it can be so two-sided. Both players have chances to strike at some point. And that makes the position so complex, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. It's like ANISH has to be playing this very carefully because Karthikeyan is this close to equalizing. He's like really a couple of moves away from getting a draw. But then ANISH is making these moves, bishop f4, keeping this tactics intact. Maybe Karthikeyan will be able to hold this, and then Anish will have 5 draws in 5 rounds. Wow.
I mean, we know that this is not so foreign for him, I think, to take draws. You know,
Yeah.
Chat also posts him drawish Giri. So, you know, it's definitely a possibility, I feel like. But maybe he will push. We know that Murali is one of the lower seated players in the field. But we will see how Anish is going to decide about this.
Anish, even if he draws this one, he plays with it tomorrow. So, tomorrow we're going to have absolute destruction. I'm expecting like 5 queen sacrifices in that game. So that trend will end, maybe if not today, tomorrow.
Let's hope for that. And meanwhile, one more game. Jordan Van Foreest versus Ray Robson. We left it off at G5. Bishop went back, and an excellent move by Ray. H5. Creating this play against the G pawn. And white now connected the rooks with king E2. So knight jumps into E4, takes, pawn takes, queen B1 attacking the B7 pawn.
Wow. An insane position, yeah. The king is on E2. And there's no safe place to castle for either side. I mean, black's king side is extremely dubious. Queen side, you can already imagine the king cutting through. Same the case for white king. The kings have to remain in the center, maybe.
Yeah, this is actually complicated here because B7 pawn is hanging. You could potentially play long castle, yes. But I'm so scared about some sacrifice that could happen on the B or C file.
Yeah, and even just queen b4 with the idea of offering a queen trade. And if you don't trade, then I'm going to bring my rooks into the game, attack the b7 pawn.
Yeah.
And there is no easy answer because the white king, for now at least, is relatively safe. It's not easy to get to it, and white has enough time to kind of assemble his pieces.
We have Ray Robson thinking here what to do. Long castle is the move here that we are expecting him to play. But it could very well be that he might go in some other direction. In general, both these players have a very important battle here because, especially for Jordan, 2 losses in a row must be very difficult right now.
Definitely, and he's not having an easy time here either because we know that Ray Robson has been playing some very attacking, very dynamic chess, and you know, when you're already in that mentality that you lost 2 games in a row, it's not gonna be so easy to defend your position. So
yeah, should be quite interesting to follow this one.
Meanwhile, in the Vidit Vincent game,
let's go.
Have seen that move. So E3 was played.
Okay.
Vidit is going for the better position. Queen D6, and this is the current position.
But he's still thinking.
Is he considering he takes D4 here?
Actually, both are quite possible, right? Taking on D4 with the pawn or with the queen. Because the question is, should you keep the queens on the board or not?
Yeah.
And for Vidit, it's a very important question. Because one would mean slightly more pressure than the other.
Yeah, definitely. I think Vidit's style is also solid. I think he would love an endgame here. If somehow Queen D4, I can't imagine Vidit losing this in any parallel universe. Yeah, with the queens on the board, as we saw with Vincent, he can decline even equal positions and play with that queen, actively. So I think he takes D4, maybe gives black some more chances as well with Queen C7, and he can slowly try to play Rook B and bring the bishop into the game. But yeah, important choice with it, and he's taking too much time, to be honest. 35 minutes.
Yeah, he's always coming under time pressure. Now 22 minutes behind Vincent. Let's have a look at this line. Queen takes D4, Queen takes D4, E takes D4, and now I want to play the move Rook B8 because now I come out of the pin. My idea is B5. I could also play B6, Bishop B7. Do you think that white has anything here? This is what Vidit is analyzing in his head. He's trying to assess if he has anything here, and if he doesn't find here, he will try to keep the queens on the board.
True.
So that is a tough choice that Vidit is facing. You see that the 2 options are so different in the fundamentals that he really needs to decide whether he wants to have the queens on the board, which can mean a much more dynamic position, or he wants to trade off the queens and have a more slow burn, safer option. But we know that Vidit has been on a roll. He's been trying his best, to take back for the losses that he suffered, and he might actually want to go for the pawn takes version, just to be able to take Vincent down.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, actually?
Actually, if I was white, I would just castle here and go for the risk-free position. I love playing these. You could go out, have something to eat, drink. Oh, what did our opponent play? Nothing crazy. He couldn't have done anything in the position which puts me at risk. But yes, I think if Vidit feels somehow that this is not enough, and also how comfortable Vidit is, like with kind of chasing Vincent down there, because Vincent is in great form.
Yeah.
Sometimes that supersedes your ambition to win as well. Vincent, if I make a mistake, could come back and even defeat me at the end. So we'll have to see how ambitious Vidit is.
So, great point there. Yeah.
Just by the body language, by the way, I mean, we haven't really mentioned it, but Vidit seems to be so comfortable, whereas Vincent is kind of looking uncomfortable right now. Okay, maybe we cannot see him right now, but he was, touching his head and even like shaking his head a bit. So it definitely tells something about the situation here.
Correct. I think that's very well noted, because you are right. Vincent does feel a little bit uncomfortable here, and he would love for the position to simplify here, but it's not that easy, and with it will continuously try putting pressure, as Sahil also showed here. Queen d4, Queen d4. I'm just curious. Takes ed, rook b8, long castle, b5 I wanted to do here. But then maybe there is some d5, like takes and d5 idea I was thinking. Or maybe, this is not so good. Maybe there's c5 here.
Yeah, c5 is very interesting actually. And also Vincent, heavy is the head that wears the crown. He's in a tournament lead by 1 point. I don't know how many times it happened, Vincent, like in a super tournament, he's leading after 4 rounds with a 1 point lead. Like, it's a different situation to be in. And he's also thinking, okay, do I want to play it safe? Do I want to challenge with it here? It's a difficult decision practically.
Correct. So this one looks very interestingly poised. But what about Arjun and Pranav? Do we have any moves there?
Yeah, I think we left it at queen to e1 when the knight was attacked. Knight goes back to f6. I think d5 is, for example, what the engine recommends, but maybe Pranav didn't like the fact that, bishop is like looking at the pawn. Makes logical sense. And now comes rook to b3. And that, I think, is the uncomfortable problem here, because now the queen has to move to an awkward square, maybe slightly awkward to a6, and has to keep in touch with the bishop.
And has Arjun made his move here? Queen f1. Guys, this is a very direct move played by Arjun, because now Pranav has a way to trade pieces. Queen takes queen, king takes, rook check, king e2, bishop check. It's a very direct line. King d2, and now you go rook to f1.
Wow.
And
it's a very interesting position, right? Because I can't save this pawn easily. I mean, king e3, maybe it's a way to save, but there's knight d5 check. I would rather not enter these complications.
He took, by the way.
Wow.
Played it actually. So we are just one step closer already to having the position that we just put on the board. So I think we are all expecting rook c1 here. I mean, it looks pretty straightforward. And a check is always good.
I think Arjun, maybe, I'm not sure how happy he is right now with the position, because he lost yesterday in that crucial game. Was one move away, a couple of moves away maybe from holding that game as well. And Pranav would be super proud of what he has right now. Now rook c1 feels very logical, activating. The rooks are meant to be active pieces, yeah? Let's push them.
I am super impressed with how Pranav has played today, guys. Just his way of approaching this game is so fresh. Because when you take on Arjun, you are always worried about his opening prep, and this guy goes in, prepares a new opening, and now so close to equality, and getting a draw with black is really a big achievement for Pranav. If he does it. There's a big if though.
With a 200 rating point difference.
Wow.
That is a big deal.
True. Okay, so we've kind of gone through these games. Can we just look at Nihal once?
Yeah.
Because Nihal versus Awonder Liang, suddenly Awonder makes a move that's the most natural move on the board and loses all his advantage.
But I think this pawn is now hanging. So that is going to decide where this game moves now. Is this pawn edible or not? What?
I mean, it's very, very good question, Sahil. And I assume that if knight takes, there's bishop takes h7. Am I wrong?
Ooh,
Does
bishop.
this actually work, or am I, being also greedy a bit? Okay, the bar doesn't agree with me. I mean,
You took on a7 as like you wanted to grab a pawn so that if I take on a7, you will take on e4. And yes, I wanted to ask the audience this question, but Salva just made the arrow. Knight takes g3. Yes, that's the move here.
And unfortunately, it attacks the queen, yeah? So you have to take, and then I pick up the bishop. So
Right.
very, very close. But apparently, it's just the initiative that he has after a move like queen to g4. So I'm attacking the knight. I'm threatening stuff like knight g6. And for example, if you move the knight back, for example, to knight to c5, already knight g6 is the best move in the position. Now, this is not easy to calculate. For example, takes king h8, and now the engine calmly says, let's play a5. What? No way a5 is the best move, and White will find it. So very interesting position, and Nihal has a critical decision to make.
Yeah, knight takes e4 is a move because after queen g4, this exact line which you mentioned is where Nihal is thinking, can I go into it? And because if I move my knight on the other side, he's sacrificing his knight on g6. Can I go to g5?
Yeah.
And after bishop takes, pawn takes, knight f3.
He took.
Let's go. Nihal Sarin does not fear anyone, yeah?
And he gave Liang a nice stare at the end. He looked at him, put the pen down. Okay, I've taken that pawn. Now you show me.
Oh, and a wonder goes queen g4. What is Nihal's option going to be here? Is he both looking at each other carefully? Yeah, like look at that. Look at Nihal.
It's really a stare competition here, and I'm sure that Liang is actually very, very comfortable with this. I mean, we've seen some of his crazier games as well. He's really dynamic. He's really tactical player, and I'm sure that he saw this actually through. I mean, even his speed of playing this game just shows that he was really looking forward to this line actually.
Yeah, but now there's only one good move for Nihal Sarin, which is to move his knight on g5, and that's not something that is so easy to understand because after bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight coming back, black has a lot of weak pawns. Look at a7 pawn, lonely, c6 pawn, lonely, e5 pawn, lonely. But okay, I mean, white's pawns are also lonely.
Yeah, true. But I think somehow these pawns open up the black king a bit more somehow, so it looks a bit more shaky. But I think overall, even after maybe knight c5, he goes for anyways. Yeah, the line we saw with a5 anyway is not that easy. And the fact that he took that pawn means both the players have seen what's coming. That's the main thing. So I wonder how much time they will take now.
Yeah, I wonder what a wonder will do after knight g5. But very interesting. I think this is a key moment in this game. It could be the difference between a draw and maybe one of the players having some chances. I think right now it's a wonder who has all the chances if Nihal slips.
By the way, Kinsho was absolutely correct because Vidit has taken with the pawn.
Oh.
He says no endgame for Vincent Keymer now. And now rook to b8 and Vidit simply castles. And he's saying, okay, the queen is a bit misplaced. You are not, you don't have a destination for the bishop just yet. So maybe white is a tiny bit better.
Ambitious, yeah?
I completely agree with you guys. I mean, as I said, I feel like Vidit is trying to tell Vincent that, you see, your role is over. I want to take over. I want to show everyone that even after some difficult games that I had earlier in this tournament, I do have the strength, I do have the mental ability, and he's proving us this right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And for black now, the question is, where is his counterplay? Should we go b5 here to activate our bishop? That does look like a very logical move.
I think that move c5 maybe is even stronger now because the free tempo on the black queen, c5, queen c7, and b4, and maybe somehow white is building up a bind on the queen side now.
But just explain to me this. If I go bishop b7 now, how do you react to this?
Your initial move, Sagar bhai, the move you really wanted to play.
d5?
Yeah. Ooh. Oh.
And after ed, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes. This is torture.
Yeah.
I mean, most definitely the d7 pawn looks terrible. Also, a6 is looking very, very weak as well. And in no time, we're going to put the rooks in the middle of the board and just strike on Vincent's position.
Yep, and when this pawn falls, this is already a protected pass pawn, so Vincent will not be looking forward to this endgame.
Oh, he goes one step ahead. He doesn't go b5, he goes b6.
Yeah.
And these top players are so good. They never make these positional errors, which I think happens so naturally to us.
Agreed. And Nihal, by the way, I think just want to stick to this game, but Nihal now has 29 minutes.
Okay.
Versus Liang's 58. So I'm a bit worried for Nihal here, yeah? This is a bit scary somehow in a complicated position with half the time.
Can we look at Nihal's expressions? Oh.
It's silly, yeah?
No, Liang is like, take your time. I'm just gonna, look around
I mean,
a bit.
you remove the board, you cannot guess what these guys are doing, yeah? You move the board. One is playing with his nails, one is with his head down on the table. It's not chess, definitely.
Also, it's very likely that Avonder is calculating the lines while he's playing around there.
No, he's definitely, an amazing meme creator, I feel like, for us. I mean, while Nihal is in deep thoughts, holding his head, he's just, sitting down and, I'm just gonna, polish my nails a bit, chill, while my opponent is completely, under stress. And, I mean, it's not an easy decision for Nihal. We've seen that, actually.
Yeah, many players, when they don't want to think on the board, they are walking around. But I think very rarely have I seen someone just sit at the board and look at their nails.
You see, that's something that I would do, but that wouldn't be, while I'm calculating.
Yeah.
I think he's a quite interesting personality there.
Yes.
Hilarious. Would be a great streamer as well. But as of now, he's showing his playing skills. And Nihal's playing now 28 minutes. I think he's promised us some exciting games in this entire tournament. Yesterday was spectacular, but can he do it again today? Yeah? I mean, 28 would be very, very difficult. Yesterday, he had the luxury of the extra time on the clock. Yes. Arjun was behind on the clock and struggled, and now onto Liang putting pressure.
Each game is so tough here, right? Like, you have no free points, no easy points. You beat Arjun on the previous day, you come to the board, and now you have to struggle in this position against Avonder. Not easy, not easy. And let's go to the... Is there any game we want to see here, or shall we go to the challengers section?
Maybe one look at the Arjun game.
Yeah, sure.
I think he did not give Rook C1 check. He just kept it a bit solid. Rook C7, defending the 7th rank. He says, okay, I defend my pawn. Now if you play Rook A3, my bishop is free to move to C8, for example. And I would say the Arjun is still a tiny bit better. That D6 pawn, still stands out like a thorn a little bit.
Should we ask our viewers what they think will be the result of this game? Because on one hand, it looks very drawish. On the other hand, Arjun is slightly better. Guys, do you think Arjun with white will win here or a draw? We have one hand for Arjun win. Wow, anyone? Oh, another Arjun win. Wow, and what about draw here? Oh, we have more draws in the audience here. And few people have not. Oh, are you guys thinking Pranav will win here?
Everybody thinks Arjun loses, yeah.
Sorry? Pranav will win. Well, Pranav, I think it's a 2-result position. No, somehow Pranav winning looks unlikely unless, of course, Arjun blunders. And this, to tell you the truth, against a very strong player, it's very tough to hold such positions, right? They just grind slowly, endlessly. They never let the fire go down. Have you ever faced like a very strong opponent who you're very close to a draw and you're there but not just there?
I actually can very vividly remember this one game against Grandmaster from France. I will not remember the name right now. I'm really sorry, but I played this tournament in 2023, and in the first round, I think I faced my opponent, and we had this endgame position, completely draw, 0-0, and this is the first time in my life that I am ever facing a really strong opponent, and I feel like I can hold it. But of course, he was amazing at endgames. And after like 3 or 4 hours even, holding the position, I blundered, and it was such a natural mistake. And he took up on it, and I just lost very easily in the end. So it just goes to show these players must be on the top of their endgames and the game skills, because otherwise one small mistake can cost the whole game.
I think we've seen that one small mistake potentially. For example, the best move was bishop c8, but there was that irritating move knight b5, attacking the rook and the pawn. So to avoid that situation, Pranav plays bishop c4. But now, as you can see, the bar has gone up to plus 0.7. Oh. And apparently b3 is a nice move, kind of forcing the bishop to choose where you want to go. And yeah, if bishop d3, apparently even b4 now, and you keep pushing those pawns, and Arjun at least is the one pushing, has more time on the clock. This is...
Man, you know what? This reminds me of all my battles against some strong grandmasters who would always be like, okay, Sagar, you play well, but not well enough, you know. They grind it out. I'm actually, in a way, rooting for Pranav to draw this game because he's played so well. But I must say that my heart is with Pranav, but my mind keeps saying that Arjun might just take this one home. And it will be a big win for Arjun. So do you think two Indians are actually now kind of working together? On one hand, Arjun is like, okay, I'll win. On the other hand, Vidit is saying that I'll stop Vincent here, and then there will be two leaders, joint leaders.
I think they've done it before, yeah. The candidates tournament, Vidit defeats Hikaru twice and Gukesh qualifies for the World Championship. So I think we have so many Indians playing in every top event now. It just happens as a coincidence that they're helping each other. And talking about helping each other, if we can go to Nihal's game again, he has chosen a square for his knight, and it's knight to c3. Wow. And that is a big mistake apparently.
No way.
Knight g6 is a scary move.
And I mean, Liang will surely go for this move. I mean, we know that he's not afraid of challenges, but of course he's taking a bit of time to think this through, because obviously it's a big commitment to just sacrifice.
I'm shocked.
Sagar is looking shocked when he looks shocked.
I can't believe that this is on the board. Like, let's just analyze. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes. A small question to our viewers here. King f8. Guys, what is the move white should play? Do you have any, like, how do you include the rooks in the game here? Because king is on f8. Do you go rook a3? Anyone here? Oh, bishop h6, not...
Viewers cannot be fooled.
Fantastic, very alert, not falling for any of the tricks there. So king has to go to h8.
Only move.
And now if we go bishop h6, trying to threaten mate in 1, there is rook g8.
Yeah. And that's why you first give a check apparently.
Okay, king g8.
King g8. And now bishop h6.
Oh, he took it. He took it. A wonder. Let's go.
It's a brilliancy. I wonder Liang could be moments, you know, maybe a couple of hours away maybe from defeating Nihal Sareen. Who knows?
Do you think it's that straightforward, this line with sacrificing? I don't know, like the engine gives a huge advantage. I think it's a very interesting position to analyze. He gives a check. I'm pretty sure he'll repeat once, queen h6.
Yeah.
Because Why not take 1 minute extra on the clock?
Any chance he takes a draw? No chance, yeah.
No way. Okay, he doesn't draw here for sure.
Okay, if he gives this check, it's a draw already, yeah? Queen h6, king g at queen g6.
Okay, so queen h5 here. Sahil bhai, just to analyze this, king g8 and bishop h6 is what you were mentioning, yes?
Yeah.
Threatening queen g6 check and a mate. How should black defend here? What are your thoughts, yeah?
You have to bring the queen for the defense, so you
Yeah.
move the bishop somewhere. But where do we move it?
But if
First thought was f8, but I mean, it's just not so easy.
but then check on g6 and then you lose the f6 pawn. Oh, this bishop c7. A nice defense, Kinsho. Then what should we play here?
I'm thinking, maybe not. One of my thoughts was like rook a3, but that drops the rook, so it's not so easy.
Guys, there's this very nice idea where we take the bishop, king takes or rook takes. Let's say rook takes. I want to bring my queen to f3
Oh, wow.
because the knight is trapped on c3. So yeah, while I sacrificed everything, I don't want to mate you. I'll just get your knight back.
No,
Oh,
that's beautiful.
This is so nice, yeah? The knight has nowhere to go. Wow.
And it just also goes to show that that knight is so misplaced on c3. I mean, c5 was, still a bit further from white's position, a bit safer. Of course, knight g5 was the best option, but this knight on c3 has no future, it seems like.
So that's what Liang has to see, right? So that's the only way to move forward. So he has to find this trapped knight, or he just takes the draw.
No, he'll easily find it unless there's some psychological block here where he's thinking, oh, Nihal is very strong.
He mentioned it, right?
Yeah, draw will be fine. But otherwise, it's just natural, right? He has nothing to lose here. He should play on. But such a beautiful line, because right now when the queen cannot attack the knight, so you check, put the king on g8, and then play bishop h6 to clear the way for the queen to come back to f3 and attack the knight. So very cool.
And is it the same if you move the bishop somewhere else? For example, let's say bishop c5.
But maybe now the knight is not trapped as bishop comes to d4. So we have queen g6 check, king h8, queen takes f6 check, king h7, and now maybe queen h4, keeping this attack rolling.
Well, this is definitely looking worse for black. I mean, the king is so exposed to everything, and it only takes us a few seconds to bring everything in the position, and that knight is still very, very much misplaced on c3.
I think he goes for it because he has time. If the time situation was reversed, maybe I think Liang might not find it. But in this situation, he has a draw in one move. He can literally think for the next 40 minutes and find everything on the board. And he is likely to put a lot of pressure on Nihal here.
I can put something on stake that that Avander is not taking a draw here.
Sagwa, you've not given us the previous house, I think.
No. Yeah, actually, I lost that. So now I can't put my house on stake. But maybe here, it's pretty clear. Yeah, if Avander does take a draw, then I would be shocked.
Yeah, but I'm sure we all have faced a similar situation when you're offered a draw and you feel like, I do have some initiative, but maybe I'm playing a much stronger opponent, or I'm just not feeling the most confident. I'm not my most confident self. And I'm sure that it has happened to every chess player in this room as well, that you face this situation and you're alone with all your thoughts and you're like, I have an immediate draw, I can just go take a rest. But on the other hand, if I win, that's gonna be such a glory moment for me.
Yeah, that's true. That's such a nice point there, Kinsho. Also, it means Avander, even though he has a higher rating than Nihal, would still be thinking that, hey, look, I'm worse than him. But I personally think that's not going to happen. Let's wait and watch for this one. 52 minutes for Awanda to take a call here. We have Arjun Erigaisi against Pranav, where
He did find one of the best moves, yeah. Knight to d2 again, forcing the question.
Yeah.
And the bishop goes to d5. And now the best move yet again, pawn to f3.
he's taking away squares, yeah?
Squeezing drop by drop. Yeah, water out of a stone. Like if you didn't know Arjun was playing as white, you would say it's Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. F3, then B3, take away the E4 square, take away the C4 square. You don't have the C2 square because the knight on D4 controls it. As you rightly pointed out, bring the king in, king F2, king E3, put the rook on A6, attack D6. Oh, torture.
Torture, yeah.
He's doing everything in his power to make Pranav as uncomfortable as possible.
And Pranav is like this monster, yeah, who loves tactics and everything. And suddenly he's like, there are just no tactics. What should I do here? How can I mix it up? Yeah, this is looking bad for Pranav. I must say, this is not good.
I mean, he needs to be extremely precise here because once again, there are not that many future plans in this position because the bishop is so difficult to place. And he's actually getting ready to make a move, but then decides not to. And, again, touching his forehead and just, he feels completely uncomfortable here.
And then you suddenly remember, Arjun is like 2776.
The ratings sometimes are right there next to you, yeah?
Yeah.
I can't see them, but sometimes you see that rating right, so you're 200 points lower rating, maybe a draw is okay, and then you become even more passive. So Pranav really needs to believe in himself here. It will take some incredible fight here to kind of hold this game. Meanwhile, Sagabhai, in the Vidit game, I think you really wanted to play this move and heard you.
Yeah, Vidit, I mean, that move is so natural because you kind of shut down that bishop, right, on b7. You don't want to trade it. And after pawn takes pawn now, I take back with the pawn. I don't want to trade again anything. And you can argue that white is slightly better with the more space. But then again, I don't know how serious this is.
True. But I think, Vidit is still not risking much. I think that's the good news.
Yeah.
Very safe. This pawn is well defended by literally all the pieces. So no issues whatsoever. The only problem is the time. That's where I'm a bit worried. 21 minutes for Vidit, 46 for Vincent. If he gives Vincent even a sniff, right, he will pounce on it and then it could get tricky.
By the way, Vincent made his move. I don't think he played queen b4. What a nice move. Attacking b2 and c4. But b3, yeah?
Yeah, b3 just seems pretty straightforward. And I mean, I hope that Vidit is not going to, waste a lot of time on this because this seems like almost a no-brainer. Of course, you always have to take a glance at everything.
Maybe b5 now, yeah? And you try to break this pawn chain somehow.
Yeah, but maybe we can somehow start getting rid of these pawns, trade them off, like d takes e6 maybe, I'm not so sure actually.
Takes e6, d takes e6, and
maybe another trade, just to get rid of every pressure. And this is still pretty safe. I mean, I don't know if the engine of course agrees with me, but it seems like we don't have any problems either in the position.
Okay, this looks equal, right?
Yeah.
I had one small idea, which was that after b5, could we play the move c5?
Wow.
Very interesting.
Because after queen takes c5, I was wondering knight e4, you attack the queen and the knight, so queen e7 makes a lot of sense. And then d6, queen d8, knight takes knight, queen takes, and here maybe there is this bishop b7, rook b7 and rook c7.
Wow.
You always manage to find these very, very interesting lines, I feel like, because this was not in my mind at all. But you see, you saw this so quickly, and I mean, this looks like a tough choice for both players, but to do here, especially for Vincent.
And it's pretty much forced, yeah, once you enter this, and now you have to take because the d7 pawn hangs. I mean, yeah, with the pawn on c7, Vidit is not risking much.
It's very risky, this position for Vincent, but yeah, it's equal. So, I think b3 is going to come on the board, but as Kinsho said,
Played.
I think it's already played. Yes.
he played, yeah, okay. Vidit shouldn't take much time and he did not. Okay, that's good news. And now to make queen b4 look logical, you have to play b5, right? Why else would you play it?
True.
So maybe here interesting moments, yeah, in the game. What about Nihal Sareen? Has a wonder moved or not?
Let's go to Nihal's game because wait, what?
Draw? No way.
What?
No.
Okay, once this position happens twice, they have repeated thrice. Oh my god, wow, it ends in a draw. That is spectacular.
And
What-
Nihal is quickly calling the arbiter that please come quickly, I have to sign the score sheet.
Official, make it official.
I don't know if we can get a Liang here. Would love to know what was in his mind.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think that was a close shave for Nihal Sareen. And if he had seen that variation right, I think Liang could have pushed maybe that mental block you talked about, Saga. It actually does exist.
Well, I spoke about it, but I never thought it would happen.
Wow.
What are they doing? Are they playing again or what?
They're just making sure that it's.
Oh, it was action replay, yeah? Or maybe they just played the last repetition and then agreed to a draw.
Question for you: if Nihal had not won yesterday's game, do you think Liang would have still taken the draw?
I don't know, yeah. Like, I think we need a Wonder Liang here to get to understand what was he thinking.
Yeah.
Because I'm like so surprised right now.
I hope you don't spoil his mood though. He's like, oh, I was winning. I didn't see this.
No, but he would definitely get to know, yeah, somehow. So-
I'm sure that he's gonna check after the game.
Yeah, while Sahil tries to get a Wonder here, hopefully we'll be able to get him. A draw with Nihal is never a bad result, but from the position that it happened, perhaps a Wonder might not be very pleased. And we would love to know his thoughts here if he joins us. And what are your feelings right now? Are you as shocked as me, Kinsho, or you think you expected it?
I am just as shocked as you. I mean, knowing Liang's playing style, this was definitely unexpected in my opinion, but he did mention it to us that he's trying to lose the least amount of times as possible, and grabbing a draw against Nihal is never a bad option. But I do feel like I did see some remorse in his eyes.
You felt it, yeah? Oh, okay.
I mean, once they finished the game, Nihal completely let go and showed his feelings about the game. He was like, no, this was not good. And maybe Liang is like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have taken the draw here. But as I said before, we have all faced these sort of situations, and I'm sure that this is not, uncommon for him either.
Do you think that in chess, it works this way? Like yesterday, a Wonder was worse and Ray Robson took a threefold repetition, and now today it went the other way. So it all balances out in the end. Do you have that feeling? Because I do hear some players saying like, hey, I am very unlucky. Every time I have a winning position, I lose or I draw. But I don't think they remember the times when they have bad positions and then they win or draw.
Yeah.
You see, it's always easier to remember those times when you are feeling worse about something, rather than the amazing times.
That's very deep.
This is.
Do you think this is true not just about chess? It's true about life as well.
100%. I mean, us humans, we always take the losses, the pain more easily than the happier moments.
Yeah.
And that's why I also think it's very important to have someone by your side. For example, a family member, a friend here in the tournament as well, who can remind you of these moments in your career.
Yep, talking about pain, I think if Vincent doesn't play knight takes e4 in this position, he could be in a world of pain right now because he has played the move b5, but Vidit finds a nice retort, knight to e4. And once you grab this, of course, the position is close to, equality there. But maybe Vidit has a slight edge.
Still, that bishop in the corner on b7 is blocked. That white bishop on e4 is a better piece. And you cannot really say it's equal, right? It's like the small nagging edge that white has which black must carefully try to neutralize. I think I trust Vincent to do the needful here. But still, today has not been a day where, predictions have gone my way. So, let's see.
And Sagabhai, if we jump to the Arjun game just for a second, you mentioned Rook A6, King F2. It's happening.
He's doing it, yeah?
He's doing it.
This guy, Arjun Erigaisi, is just slowly and steadily building up the pressure. Now, an important question, guys. Should Arjun take his rook back, or should he play rook c6 to trade the rooks? Because after rook takes rook, knight takes, a7 is hanging. If you push a6, king e3, king d4. Okay, I don't have c5, b6. I wanted to run in there, but it does look risky.
It is, and you can't play King G8 because there is knight a7 check. So it's very difficult for black here practically. If the king was somewhere in the center, I think it would be an equal draw, but it's also a committal decision, right? Once you trade rooks, you can't go back. So maybe this is the moment when Arjun will take a deep think, and figure out if he actually has chances in the endgame.
Yeah, from Arjun's face, you can never make out what's happening. He's so stoic. I think there was this one reel or something I saw where Pragnananda was asked, are you ever able to realize that what your opponent is feeling and so on? And he's like, yeah, there are some players who emote, and I'm pretty sure he was thinking about Hikaru, Yan Nepomniachtchi and so on. But then there is Arjun Erigaisi. He spoke his name and he was like, one can never decode what this guy is thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now,
yeah, this poker face is so important, not only in poker, but in chess as well. I mean, if you give the advantage to the opponent to know what you're thinking, they're going to use this against you. And, when you start shaking your head, when you start doing these repetitive things that, it's the sign of being annoyed, then, I'm also going to be like, what, I'm going to annoy you even more. So I can piss you off maybe, and then I can take the win.
I know for a fact that Sahil is not someone who is as stoic. I think you emote a lot. I've seen you doing like, oh, and like stuff like that. What about you, Kinsho? Are you like Arjun, or are you like Hikaru, Nepo, and so on?
You see, I've been told that you can see it on my face when I'm disappointed. So I've been working on it. In the beginning of every tournament, I always forget about this. I always forget that it doesn't only matter what's on the board, what's outside the board as well. And in the beginning of every single tournament, I let myself show how I feel. But, once I'm being told that, look, maybe you should pay attention to this as well, I'm trying to, always keep myself together and not let my opponents know how I feel. So I think this is super important, and I myself also try to pay attention to it as much as possible.
Yeah, well, very important, these little things in chess. Meanwhile, should we go to the challengers section and have a quick look at what's happening there? We have like today being a very, very quiet day at office, yeah?
All the bars right in the middle, I was scrolling through, you can barely see like even a slight edge. And there's a slight, like a tiny edge in the Harika game, but even that right now feels pretty even Stevens. So maybe, we have had too many results so far in the previous rounds. We've been spoiled.
Yeah, I don't know, like maybe things will heat up, right? It's not like these are drawn games. But could we just look at this game of Abhimanyu a few moves ahead, because he is the sole leader in the challenges. He's on 3.5 out of 4. And we have his second sitting there. I am Kushagar Krishnatar here, who I always find him to be quite relaxed in general. I was talking to him and he liked this position that Abhimanyu had. And he said there are chances for Abhimanyu to try.
But somehow the only move that, our engine is telling us, Bishop E5, is such a committal move, giving up all your dark squares when your opponent has the dark square bishop. It's not an easy one. Ideally, you need something else as black, yeah?
Maybe Harika has managed to pose some real questions to Abhimanyu. And let's say bishop takes E5, pawn takes, knight takes, pawn takes, and then knight to B4. Maybe Abhimanyu is okay with this. But then again, think about this. At some point, if I put my rook on d6, and then, you take, my pawn moves away, suddenly the bishop is unleashed on this long diagonal. I'm super stressed there.
Yeah, this is what you don't want. This is game over. In this case, you could have an extra rook here. It would not matter at all. So yeah, I think rook d6 is a crazy idea. I think knight d3 is the idea, maybe just to get that bishop on b2 somehow. So maybe e4, and Harika at least pushes on for a while.
Yeah, let's see if this line happens. Actually, I'm curious. I'm curious if Abhimanyu can sense the danger here, because on one hand, he is ambitious. I want to reach 4.5 points. Harika is not having a great tournament. She's on half out of 4. But then you can't disrespect the chessboard, right? You have to respect the position there.
True.
I mean, of course, I completely agree with you guys. This is not an easy choice to make. I mean, it also looks a bit unnatural, a bit a not so intuitive move for us to get rid of that bishop. But I'm sure that once Abhimanyu follows up on the lines, he's gonna see that after knight b4, it's gonna look a bit better for him, actually.
Right. Okay. Should we go to any other game in the challengers, Salva? Is there anything particularly that catches your attention? I think Pranesh, Leon, should we check once?
Yeah, I was thinking of that game itself, and I can see that pawn on c3, but instantly as we reach the board, it has been captured. And this game also feels quite equal to me. I think, yeah, rook endgame, maybe black, rook b5, but I have the 7th rank as well. So pretty even sequence.
I think this will be a draw. Yeah, you rightly pointed out this move, rook b5. And if rook d4, then maybe there is this c5 break somewhere. Takes, then you take on c5, then if, yeah, this is exactly. And you basically trade and go for a badminton session at 8 p.m. if you are Leon. Sorry? Pickleball today. Oh, the badminton session has been changed to pickleball. Got it. Well, and
It sort of feels like Monday has reached everyone. I mean, we know that, Mondays are always so painful. And I feel like, the players are also feeling like it is a typical Monday in the office when you take things a bit slow, a bit peaceful. But maybe...
Monday blues, yeah? And don't want to work too hard today.
But somehow the time control is our last resource. So once we reach that phase, suddenly we might see mistakes everywhere. So yeah, this one will for sure.
This one is going towards a pickleball, yeah. So a draw coming in here. And maybe it's time for us to also go to the Masters, because...
Do you think they'll agree to a draw?
Yeah. I think they will.
I think so.
Can capture the final
They're
moment there.
taking it very quickly, so...
And you saw White did okay. It was nice. And h5 played.
Leon playing with his left hand as well. Yeah, now he's like, okay, let's get it done with. Pranesh is like, oh, we haven't reached 40 moves. Is there I think there's some 40 move rule?
Yeah, I think there is. And they will have to probably play a few more moves here. King g7.
Or they can find a repetition. Back and forth, back and forth.
True. I know there's something about magically looking at the final moments of a game that's always appealing, yeah?
Yeah. I like the players' expressions there, whether they will, speak to each other, whether they will smile. Because chess is such a serious game. Even if there's small emotions there, we all get super excited. Yeah. Both the players are often showing nothing on their face.
And it very much seems like it's gonna end in a draw. I think they repeat it. They're calling the arbiter.
They're calling the arbiter, and the arbiter's there, and a draw will be agreed. Should we go to the game of Vidit Gujarati? We have a very interesting moment here in the game. Knights were traded. Bishop takes e4. I have a question. What if pawn takes pawn on c4? Do you take with the pawn or the rook?
Ooh, I think I'll take with the rook. I want the c file and the c7 square maybe. Once I take here somehow, Yeah, I can even take now. I feel even my pawn is equally weak. It's maybe one weakness. I would rather take with the rook.
Yeah, because then the c4 pawn is not weak. Nice.
But I think it's a difficult decision, yeah, for Vincent as well. How do you tackle this pawn? Because you never want to take, and then we saw how that weak pawn will be a nuisance.
So black cannot take on d5 because left with d7 weakness. Cannot take on c4 because the rook comes up. So maybe Vincent has to keep that and go rook f c8. So that after take, and if rook takes, he can trade the rooks.
Got it.
But then queen d3 to attack the h7 pawn. And then if you play f5, maybe it weakens the king side a bit, come back to g2.
I mean, this doesn't look promising for black, to be honest. I mean, we can also maybe trade on e6, and the queen can come into the game, and suddenly the light squares become weak around the king, and I don't know, I wouldn't trust this too much.
True, yeah. Just the way in which the engine shot up there shows that black has to be a little bit more careful. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi, step by step, going,
Rook c6.
Rook c6. Arjun, you know why Arjun and my moves are matching? Because I'm looking at Stockfish. And so it's very easy, yeah. Like once you look at Stockfish, the moves it suggests, Arjun keeps making those. Rook c6.
And 97.7 accuracy by Pranav is not enough. It's not enough for equality against Arjun. Now takes the a7 pawn is hanging, have to move it. And now king to e3, your plan, pawn to g5, and let's keep going. King to d4 maybe.
King d4, knight c4. These two moves look super tempting here. And also, guys, think of it this way. If b4, a4, b5, this pawn is like going towards becoming a queen. Crazy. So this one, Arjun, would you agree, Kinsho, saying that this is going in Arjun's favor?
I completely agree with you. We know that, he enjoys these imbalances. And before we continue, we actually have Liang of Wonder joining us right now. So maybe we can ask some of the questions that we have.
Yeah, maybe Leo, maybe he can sit here. You could come here and I'll go there.
All right.
We have someone whom we greatly enjoy having here in our studio, a Wonder Liang. Guys, let's have a big round of applause for a Wonder. Come after his game. A Wonder, thank you so much for taking out time to be here. Have you checked your game yet?
I haven't checked, but Sahaj gladly let me know, oh, Wonder is such a bad player, blah, blah, blah. So.
Hey, Jesus, say that. But we want to get your thoughts. No way are we saying that, what you decided is incorrect or something, but we want to understand your thinking better. Why did you Firstly, when Nihal went knight c3, were you surprised here?
Oh, I was just like, oh, this is kind of weird looking. Like, why would he put his knight there? And like, looks like maybe one of the, no offense, worst places he could put his knight. But then I kind of thought like, oh, maybe he just wanted to trap me, and so he like, I was like already after knight c5, like I was just gonna make a draw. And I was like really sleepy, and like the whole game I was like blundering everything, and I was like so tired before the game, so I was like, okay, let me just not blunder anything. And then I started blundering things, so I was like, okay, time. I saw this draw line, and I was like, oh, hooray, let's go.
Were you tired because, like, in general, you haven't adjusted to the Indian time zone yet, or you prepared a lot yesterday?
No, I kind of just stayed up until 3:30 watching YouTube and texting my friends. So I was just kind of, I was like, oh, yeah. And then, I mean, generally, I don't really prepare much before games. I kind of prepared a little bit before the tournament, so I had some ideas that I want to show. But yeah, I think I was getting confused earlier in the opening a little bit, and I felt like the game wasn't really going that well the way I wanted. Yeah, and then here, I don't know, the thing is, if he played knight c5, like, I would have already just made a draw immediately. And somehow after bishop e3, he was, like, thinking for such a long time. And I was, like, so confused, like, what is he thinking about? Because, okay, I see I'm probably a little better, but yeah, I just wanted to, like, wrap up the game because I wasn't feeling very good. And And yeah, then suddenly he started thinking, and then he started blundering. I was like, guys, like, what are we doing here? I mean,
Nihal, why are you blundering?
like you could just have a nice, respectable draw. Now I have to sit up here, explain myself why I made some better moves. Like what the heck? So yeah, I'm just blaming Nihal. You know, I was already ready to take a Queen H6. I think, I mean, I did look at it very briefly. I think we talked about it, but yeah, I didn't think it was so clear. Like Queen H5, Bishop H6, then he has this Bishop C5, which I thought is kind of important. And yeah, I don't know, I can take on F6.
We saw this line, which is Bishop F8. You just take and come back and trap the knight.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, this one I saw quite quickly, and then I was like, oh, Nihal, like, what are you doing? You know, so bizarre. And then, but then I was like, oh, maybe he has Bishop C5, and it's very tricky because now I don't even know if I have a perpetual, although I probably do. Yeah, here probably I can go, yeah, something like this, and then I'll try and grab his rook at some point.
Like with Bishop G5, you mean?
Yeah, but I thought even here, like, he has, I don't know, like, he has some kind of bind on my position. So it's kind of okay, like, but yeah, I think, like, mentally I was kind of checked out from the game. And if he played, like, a normal person, then you know, I would just leave to my hotel room and everything. No one would be asking any questions. So, you know,
I mean, you know, we love your honesty here. I mean, you know that you're having a great time, you know, trying out everything in the media room, you know, getting into all the camera details. But we actually thought that you would go into this challenge. But of course, we understand that, you know, you needed to take some time for yourself as well to have some rest. So, I mean, it's amazing to have you always here. And Sagar, if you have any more questions, I mean.
But
yeah, go ahead.
My question, I wonder, was did Nihal beating Arjun yesterday play any role at this point or not really?
I think it was, I mean, it looked like a very complicated game. I wasn't really sure what his intentions were before the game. Also, I think, in general, I'm not really sure, like, what the impression of other players on me during this event is, if they're trying to be really ambitious or not. I mean, he played the Sicilian, which he plays somewhat often anyway, so I thought it didn't seem that out of the ordinary. But yeah, it's kind of hard for me to tell, like, whether people are trying to beat me in general or whether we're just playing normal games. I don't think it really factored into the game, but then, yeah, at the start of the game, I just felt like I wasn't really thinking very clearly. So anyways, I think opening-wise, I had probably, maybe I knew it a little better than him. It was kind of hard for me to tell. But yeah, I think in general, I'm not trying to, you know, if someone is donating some points to me, I might take it on occasion, or like today, maybe not, right? So, but yeah, I don't think there are any weak players here. So I think.
Would you feel a bit bad about this result, or you just brush it off? How do you take it? Like after you know that you were better at the end?
I think at least, I mean, I did spend like 5 minutes on it. It still looked a little bit complicated to me, honestly. And I mean, maybe the engine says something, but I think for me, because I don't know, normally I sort of like to have a plan during tournaments and I kind of stick to it. And there have been times when I deviate from the plan and I even get like very good chances or good opportunities, but then it doesn't really work out. So yeah, nowadays, you know, we stick to the plan. But you know, I think, as I said earlier, if he just played like a normal person, put his knight at c5, like, I don't know what we would be talking about this. So, you know, I blame Nihal for having me come up here and explain myself to everyone.
No, thank you. We appreciate you coming in here. I wonder if you have like couple of minutes, could you give your thoughts on the remaining games here? What do you feel?
Oh, yeah, sure.
We can have a look at the game of your countrymate here, Ray Robson, playing with black against Jordan. Looks quite complex, the position.
Yeah, I think probably it's simplifying down because I think black has to trade the queens now, I would guess.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, no offense, but looking at Jordan's game yesterday, I would probably trade the queens any chance that I get against him now. But I think, yeah, this probably looks very simplified now. I think it looked good for Jordan earlier. That was my impression. But then I don't know, Ray was doing some funky stuff, I guess. And
Yeah, it sort of seemed like maybe the queen could have entered the position on the white squares, perhaps. I mean, I'm not sure what your thoughts were earlier on how it looked like.
yeah, I actually remember exactly what I thought during this time because I was walking around. And then I was like, my game is going to be a draw. Let's go, right? so I was like dozing off into the wilderness. But yeah, I don't know. It looked really good well, maybe really good is kind of an overstatement, but I felt like the structure seemed like he kind of tricked Ray maybe a little bit in the move order. But yeah, I'm not a huge expert I didn't see the start of the game. But yeah, now I feel like it's probably okay.
Okay, so around even, yeah? You would say
Yeah, I think so.
closer to a draw here. And then we have the game of Arjun against Pranav. And while the engine clearly supports white here, do you think black has any realistic chances of holding this against Arjun or?
Absolutely not. And not like against a normal person, yes, against me, it would already be a draw, as we know. But against Arjun, guys, just like add another one to the evaluation. So this one's over, calling it right now. You can bring him into the interview before the game ends.
Nice one there. So you really believe that Arjun will convert this? Yeah, it's just his endgame skills also pretty good.
I think, yeah, it's hard to tell like what his skills are. I don't really know if he has like so many skills in chess, but somehow he's just like hypnotizing his opponents. During my game with him, I felt like his pieces like they're moving like twice as far as mine. I was like, guys, like he clearly did have like the same pieces at the start of the game as me. It was so unfair. So yeah, I don't know why I'm playing in the same tournament as him. Like so unlucky. But yeah. So this one, guys, is already over. His knights, they're like super knights. They can move to like 12 squares or something.
Oh, nice. Okay. What about Vidit versus Vincent? I think we are at this point where G6 was played, Bishop G2, and this is the live board right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I like both players. They're very human players, very normal. I felt like Vincent was doing something a little funky in the opening. I couldn't really tell what he was getting up to. It looked like he was kind of worse. I'm actually not sure. But yeah, I don't know. But then I guess now kind of looks like they're trading off everything. So I feel like this one's probably just going to simplify. I mean, you can always take on c4 or take on d5, and I guess you're slightly worse there if like takes bishop takes. So yeah, black has to be a bit careful, but also generally the position's very healthy, so I don't see any issue. I feel like Vidit always has his very slight pressure, but yeah, I don't know.
So would you say that this is going to also end up in a draw, or do you think that maybe white has some chances, maybe it will become imbalanced and maybe white can take up on this position?
No, I think Vincent is too solid. He shuts it down. But yeah, against a lesser opponent like me, perhaps, Vidit for sure going to win this game. So yeah, I think this one Vincent will be able to hold. It looks a little bit unpleasant still, but yeah, I'm not sure actually. Like the more I look at it, the more unclear it looks. But somehow I have faith in Vincent. Yes.
Okay, and the final position is Anish. Oh,
well.
Anish.
I'm not even going to say anything.
Why are these two players so seriously sitting there?
I know, right? Like I was basically napping in my game at the end, so yeah, I think he probably thinks he can still push a little bit. As a brilliant technician.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Anish is always pushing as long as he can. Maybe if he can find some small tactic, but I mean, it doesn't seem that way to me.
Sure, he's going for the record again. I have it circled on my calendar. Round 8, have to draw Anish. So, guys, I'm not going to ruin his streak. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, well, right now it will be 5 draws out of 5 games for him. But let's see if anything changes. I wonder, we are very grateful for you coming in here, spending your time with us, with the fans. And we wish you good luck for the remaining games. We will be taking a very short break. And on the other side, we will move to the completion of all the games. So stay tuned.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters round number 5, and we are now moving towards the end of the round. Exciting games. Today, we did see a bit of slow movement in the games, but by far the most exciting game is Arjun Erigaisi versus Pranav V, because there's this big question whether Arjun will be able to convert this endgame or not.
Absolutely, because that pawn on d6 looks a bit isolated. I think that was a problem earlier as well in the game. Now that the rooks are exchanged, white's king on d4 looks super active, and the potential to create a passer on the queen side is very high. So even though the bar says that the position is more or less equal, that's far from the story, because you have to make some really precise moves in this position in order to survive, and that's not an easy task.
Actually, even Evander told us just a few minutes ago that he definitely thinks that Arjun is amazing at these positions where he just trying to create some imbalances, trying to get that small little chance to take the win. And what do you guys think? What is the chance that that is actually going to happen?
I think this last move that Arjun played is shown as a small inaccuracy. There was a bigger edge for white, with perhaps the knight jumping into b6 or knight jumping into e7. But such endgames are so difficult to be 100% accurate for both sides. So while Arjun's advantage has dropped a bit after b4, I'm pretty sure that Pranav might also go wrong somewhere, and Arjun will get back his chance.
Absolutely. In fact, b4 looks like a very logical move. You know, in this, there is a very famous book which I'm sure a lot of people would know. It's called the Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual. In that, he explains this principle. It's known as the cardinal principle. And it basically states that you should push the pawn that doesn't have an opponent. So in this case, that's the b pawn. So by just following just the basic rules of the endgame, Arjun has done everything by the book.
Yeah.
So this being a mistake makes no sense to me whatsoever. It must have some very tactical reason, but I think finding that over the board is another story, considering the fact that Pranav is just under 20 minutes in this position.
Correct. And bishop d7 attacks the knight on c6. I don't know where the knight will go. Should it go to a7, b8, a5? Like in endgames, the rules are totally different, right? Than middle game. You can put your knight on the side of the board if it's doing something. Now threatening knight b7 to win the pawn on d6.
No, it definitely feels like Arjun is still trying to, win this game somehow. And as we talked about it just now also, there is a possibility for him to be able to break through. I mean, even b4 proves that.
Yeah. Should we look at this line? For example, bishop b5, which is the most logical move to trade perhaps. I go knight b7, attacking this pawn twice. Now the most natural reaction here is to chop. But once you chop, you are lost totally. Because after king f6, king d5, king e7, this is just too passive, and white just wins the game. So in a way, what black needs to do here is to keep this bishop, perhaps play the king to g6, so that if knight takes, there's this bishop f1 at the end of the line, and you get back the pawn.
So, by the way, great analysis there. But what I'm getting from this analysis is that black must keep the bishop in order to survive in this position. So that's the one thing that I think black must remember throughout. And white's king side pawns are located on the white square. So that kind of helps the bishop, target these pawns on f3. So maybe before we simplify the position further, let's say taking the d6 pawn or, pushing our a pawn down, maybe we should try to fix our pawns on a dark square instead.
As white,
exactly.
But if black pushes h4, then these guys are fixed forever. So maybe for Pranav, it does make sense at the right time to go h4.
Oh, h4 makes a lot of sense.
Although here already,
it's possible, but then you are losing out on a tempo, I feel, because then you don't have that bishop f1 idea. Because remember, after knight b7, bishop b5, I can take, and after takes everything, bishop f1, there is this nice intermezzo in the position, knight to f5 check, and then I play knight to e3. maybe the position is still not winning, but I think it would be harder to hold than it is harder to convert
That's
from the
very
white
smart.
side.
Yeah, like this is where I think strong players are amazing at endgames. They not only look at like strategic ideas like fixing the pawns on the same color as the bishop and all, but they also look at these tactics, knight f5, knight e3. And I think this is very, very important to have the balance between strategic thinking, positional thinking, and tactical thinking. Okay, knight a5.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this looks like a difficult position for Pranav to hold. But while Pranav ponders on this position, can we take a quick look at Vidit versus Vincent? Because Vincent being the leader of this event, even though the position looks a bit dry here, I feel this is a very Vidit type position. He can sort of maneuver and push those A and B pawns down, sort of exchange that, create that B passer, and maybe he can find a way to win.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Vidit could put pressure. And do you guys think potentially Vincent could create some chances with h4, h3?
You see, I feel like that's, really ambitious and, really attacking. That's what we like here on this panel. But, it's not so easy because at the same time, it does have the C file to themselves. And it could create some problems. I mean, I'm also thinking just somehow queen f4, maybe there are some issues on c7 as well. So it's not so easy for black to come up with these h push ideas.
Yeah, very cool.
Also, whenever black plays h4, I don't think I'm going to allow h3. I will just take either gh4 or rook h4 and try to keep that pawn at bay. Another thing that I feel can be reasonable for white here is to just play h4 yourself. Just have that nice setup. I mean, it's not possible for black to make any progress anymore. Now I'm trying to get into a queen pawn ending here, because I think rook pawn ending would be easy to hold. Both rook and, I mean, having one or two rooks, I think have no sort of effect in this position. But a queen pawn ending, there could be a decent chance to win.
So if black goes rook c8, would be getting closer to his own doom perhaps, because then these two pawns can become very dangerous.
Exactly. Queen pawn endings are never easy because the queen is such a powerful piece. But in this scenario, black can only give checks. And my goal would be to place that king on g1 and run away with it to the b6 square or to the b7 square and push the b pawn down as well. I don't know. I feel practically speaking, it might be a bit difficult to play that from the black side.
Very interesting. With such analysis, it does put into perspective which pieces Vincent should exchange, which are the ones he shouldn't. I'm actually curious now what will happen in this game. Although draw looks like the most likely result, there is still some chances, and you can see with it down to 9 minutes now.
That is tough, and we've seen that he often has these low times on his clock. But maybe, by now he's going to get used to it, and it very much seems like he's collected, he's well put together, and it actually looks like Vincent is the one who feels like they are in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Vidit goes for the queen pawn ending because I think he sees the potential that we were discussing a bit earlier. And there we go, and the second rook is being exchanged.
If Magnus was playing white here, I would be like, because he's one of the best queen endgame players in the world. I think Vidit has to play this really well if he wants to create chances, because the bar shows it at 0.00. But somewhere, as you rightly pointed out, it's now just one-way struggle where Vidit will try and Vincent has to hold on to it.
It's pure suffering, I think, for Vincent, because you're essentially playing for two results. You have no chance to win. And one wrong pawn push, one wrong, placing the queen on a wrong square can be very fatal here in this position.
True.
And white also doesn't have to create anything complicated. All he has to remember is get the king out as quickly as possible. And remember, all of white's pawns are protected. The pawn on a2 is defended by the queen. The pawn on b3 is defended by the other pawn. Everything is defended by the queen at this point. So you can just run away with the king to the queen side. All black can do is give you checks, and eventually they'll run out of checks, and then you start pushing your pawns. It seems like a very clear-cut plan for white.
So then why is the bar showing it equal?
Now that's a mystery to me.
You know, the computer can calculate so many things, and us humans are also working with feelings. So it very much can impact the players, how they're feeling right now about the position, how the position feels like for the players. And we see that Vincent is not comfortable here. Maybe that can also cause him to make a mistake somewhere.
You know, the bar in any, and I'm sure both of these players, from their years of experience of playing chess and working on chess, both of the players realize that the bar will show 0-0 here. I'm sure of it. But at the same time, practically one of them definitely sees the potential here.
0-0 doesn't mean it's a draw.
Exactly.
And b4, Vidit has already kicked off the queen side pawn movement, and there are no checks for black. Guys, think about it, yeah? This is a very clean endgame. b4, b5 coming with a queen. Wow, I'm suddenly starting to sort of move towards where Sahaj is taking me. You too, Keshu, or what do you think?
I completely agree with you. I mean, just also look at how Vidit is really pushing for it. I mean, he has showed it to us that he can collect himself back together. He can bounce back. And I'm sure that this choice that he traded everything off is showing us that he is trying to actually beat Vincent here, and he's not gonna go for an easy draw.
Right. Okay. So while this is a clearly exciting endgame that we have, and so is Arjun's, I want to shift your attention to Anish versus Karthikeyan endgame, which is not so exciting, right? Or what do you think? Any chances for white here? Does remind me of this Fischer Taimanov game, yeah, one famous game where it was a blunder by Taimanov, and Fischer also won in such an endgame.
Really?
But I don't think here it's going to happen.
I mean, you can technically aim for a win here. I mean, I'm trying to think. Black is just going to place his king on f7.
Yeah.
And just keep moving the knight around. If you keep the knight in the center, there is no way that white can make any progress here.
No, but for example, let's say king f7.
Yeah.
h4.
You just king g8. If the king goes to king g8.
Mm-hmm.
And now my plan is to go knight f8 and knight h7 and knight f8 and knight h7. I just keep moving up and down, up and down. I think this is probably this is this is probably a very, very easy draw.
I mean,
Also, considering the time, it's 26 minutes on the clock. I mean, the likelihood of making a mistake is so little.
Oh, he comes up, king f5.
So Anish making the 5th straight draw in a row.
Yeah, I'm actually, thinking about it that Anish may take a lot of risks in his remaining games, because if he has come to the Chennai Grandmasters, he's the 2nd seed of the tournament. He definitely wants to kind of score wins, get it rolling with, and this 5 draws would be making him feel uncomfortable here at this point.
Definitely agreed. And also, do you know who he's playing tomorrow?
Yeah, Vidit.
He plays with it, his closest friend, I would say, in chess, and that too with the white pieces. And it's going to be a tough match there as well. So 5 straight draws.
Last time he visited India, he attended Vidit's wedding. And now this time he has to face him as his opponent. That's what happens in chess. You make friends, but then over the board you have to fight. Bishop c1.
Yeah.
And I like how Anish is trying here. They are both fully focused, but draw is most likely result of this game. We have the Jordan Van Foreest versus Ray Robson game, and Jordan is maybe moving closer to a win here. Wow.
That's actually so unexpected, because earlier we did mention that we sort of felt like Ray Robson was in a more comfortable position, but suddenly it doesn't feel that way too much. What do you think, Seth?
Out of all the games, I feel this is the most exciting for me, because we have, Black is an exchange down. Black has access to the 7th rank. If both players played the best moves here, probably the game is going to end in a draw. But that's very far from the truth. One big problem that I see in Black's position is that c6 pawn and that b5 pawn. So for example, if I played rook a6 in this position, you cannot defend with your king, because I can go rook takes b5. and the pawn on c6 is pinned. So I don't see a clear way how you can defend this pawn, and that makes me stressed a bit for Robson.
Very cool. Yeah, very nicely spotted. Maybe it could be involving the knight jumping into d5, then attacking c3 and e3, right?
So rook c6, knight d5, rook b5.
Yeah. Ooh.
The computer really doesn't like
Knight e3 and king c1. Yeah.
Winning for white completely with this. And so maybe there's some other move after rook a6 where we need to be a little bit more creative from black side to hold this. I don't
Maybe
know.
rook h6. I don't know.
Rook. Oh, you defend. Defend. I
But
didn't
then-
even think about defense.
But then you give up your 7th rank.
Can we ask our viewers a question? If rook at 6, why is rook takes b5 a mistake, guys? Is there anyone who would like to answer this? Why is this a mistake? Black to play. Because if you take the pawn, take the rook, your rook is hanging. Very nicely done. Rook h1 check. You first get out of the pin, and then next move you capture it and win the game. So
Wow. It's a nice intermezzo there. Nicely spotted.
So maybe what you guys mentioned, rook h6 might be right, but the engine suggests check, king c2 check, king b3, and now go to d6.
But this way you are defending your b5 pawn, but at the same time, my king is no longer on the back rank.
Yeah.
So white's position definitely improved. That only increases Jordan's chances, I would say, in this position. So we might actually get 2 results, including Arjun's game as well. So we might actually get 2 results in
I
this.
don't know, Sahaj Kinsho, Arjun's game somehow, Pranav starting to make some good moves, good defensive moves here, getting his king quickly from g7. It's now on d8.
So there is definitely some progress. In the end game phase, we always want the king to be active, to be sort of in the middle, not so much on the side. And this is definitely an improvement in Pranav's position.
Absolutely. But that king on d8 does not scream activity to me. It just feels so passive.
The knight on b6 kind of takes away 2 crucial squares, while his own knight takes away the square on c7.
Also, I always try to look at endgames in their absolute form. So, for example, if this was just a king pawn ending, then white would just be completely winning, right?
Just to show our viewers, take, king c7, you just push, and then you have to go here and try to save the pawn.
And then you just gobble up all the pawns on the queen side, which would just be very, very simple. We showed that a bit fast, but of course, this is just the idea of it that has to make sense in this position. So that's also why Arjun played knight bd5, because once again, he sees the absolute form of the endgame, which seems to be completely winning for white. But at the same time, probably black should not be exchanging their bishop in this. And he goes knight e8. That's an inaccuracy.
Yeah, small inaccuracy there. And now, will Arjun keep progressing with b5? Get that passer rolling.
I feel so. With that king on d8, knight on e8, all of the pieces seem super passive in black's camp, and I think this is the perfect moment to strike and create a passer of your own. I feel this is a good moment. I think Arjun's chances to win dramatically have increased in this position.
Yeah, for sure. We know that, as Wonder also mentioned, that he's gonna push it, and whenever he is also playing against Arjun, he just feels like his pieces are moving 2 times the speed of his own pieces. So Arjun definitely has what it takes, and he is not an easy opponent to face in an endgame either.
I agree. Absolutely true. And let's go to Vidit Gujarati versus Vincent Keymer now. Vincent is like, hey, look, Vidit, you have your queenside pawns. I'm not going to just sit here and wait. I have a central extra pawn. I'll push it and hopefully someday I can even create my own passer.
I think another reason for why he played e5 is probably to not allow white to go king g2, king f3. Because that is a step closer towards the king, towards the queen side, where the king wants to be in this position. And if I could just pick up my king, right, and if I could just put it on b6 or a7, I think white's chances kind of increase in this position. So I think that could be why he has played e5 as well.
Right, check first, queen d8.
But was that a draw for?
How?
Because he's going to go back queen d2, right?
I assume so, yes.
But
Is there a draw for?
maybe there's some other move as well, right? Could you go queen d5?
But then you lose the b4 pawn.
And then check here. Or maybe not. Yeah, he might go back. Oh.
That's a draw offer.
Maybe, yeah,
Pick
maybe.
up moves very, very quickly.
Oh, wow.
And it's happening.
Vidit goes for the draw. I really thought he was going to push in this endgame, but maybe he doesn't see the potential, yeah?
No, but also
Maybe he doesn't believe in it.
queen on a4 has blocked these pawns in such a way that how do you unblock them? Like you can't go, I thought he went queen d6, he wanted to play on.
And there we go.
They agreed on a draw. It seems like, we have some slow games today, not as much decisive as the previous games, but
As you said, Monday blues. So everyone is like, okay, now we need to just... But we could get two decisive games.
Yeah.
We could get Arjun versus Pranav as a decisive game and Ray Robson versus Jordan.
Both of them can be decisive games for sure. I think both of them white has a very good advantage. By the way, can we quickly go to the challenges section, because there was a brilliancy played between Harika and Abhimanyu.
Oh my god, Abhimanyu once again on a roll.
On fire. If you can just go to the last 4 to 5 moves, he played this knight c2. Brilliant move. As you will see just now, bishop c1.
Actually, Harika had good chances, yeah, some point.
Yeah, at rook d6 she had, but she missed. And look at this knight c2. What a beautiful move. If you take the rook on d7, then black has knight e1 check.
Oh.
What a nice tactic it is.
See, pretty. Rook d7 met with knight e1 fork. That's so nice. And Harika blunders here with bishop f6. But what could be more natural than just putting your bishop on that square? I mean, why is this such a big mistake?
that is a very, very good question. I mean, it looks good for the eyes. We are trying to capture the dark squares around the king with the bishop. So I'm not entirely sure what the issue with this is. Maybe Sahaj can give us some insights?
Probably you're taking on d1, queen takes d1, and you play knight d4, which is actually what happened in the game as well. And now your entire counterplay is gone. You need pieces to attack. You have bishop on f6, but there is no other piece. There is a queen, but queen can either go to h6 or go... h6 is the only square where the queen can attack. So basically any attacking chances in this position are gone. And that kind of justifies why black is so much winning. And also, she's going to lose the b5 pawn in the next move as well. There is queen d7.
d7 and just gone.
Yeah, queen b5 or knight b5. You just take everything and leave nothing.
This is super tough to play with the white pieces, and it sort of seems like in a span of a few moves, the position completely crumbled. And Abhimanyu once again dominating the field in the challengers section. He's been playing so amazingly in this tournament so far.
Absolutely. He will have a 1 point lead over everybody else once he wins this tournament. Only one draw for Abhimanyu Puranik so far. That was against Adivan. And since then, he has won 4 games in a row. This would be his 4th win in a row.
Right. And Abhimanyu has actually beaten until now Leon Mendonça, Harshvardhan, Vaishali, and now well and truly on his way to beating Harika. This actually seems like Abhimanyu's tournament. Yeah, it seems like he's unstoppable. Maybe a couple of guys who can stop him now are Pranesh and Leon, especially Pranesh because he's yet to play Abhimanyu. But there are other guys as well. We have Inian sitting here in the crowd, and maybe he might have other intentions here as well. Today, Inian did draw his game against Diptayan Ghosh.
Indian is playing Abhimanyu with the white pieces on the last round.
Ooh.
So,
Indian
It's-
will definitely decide what will happen in this
he
tournament.
might be
yeah?
he might be the decider at the end. He's nodding. He says yes, actually.
Yeah, he would like to fight for sure. A big fighter. He is. One more game that is ending decisively, and a big result coming in most likely is Harshvardhan GB is on his way to beating our Vaishali. Wow, this is actually a big moment for Harshvardhan because the only IM in the field entering the challengers at the last moment and facing Vaishali. Look at Harshvardhan. I think he's excited. He can't contain himself there. Must be a very nice feeling.
Absolutely, and I think it's a great start for Harshvardhan after having I think in the first 4 rounds he scored half a point, which is definitely not ideal. And with this win, he can gain some confidence, and hopefully perform better in the next few upcoming rounds. But for Vaishali, on the other hand, this will be her 3rd loss in a row.
Yeah, and she's
Definitely
down
not ideal.
20 seconds.
Hmm.
Tough event here for Vaishali, but it's events like these that actually shape you and make you stronger. So clearly, you need these losses in order to succeed. But King F3 now, I guess Rook F2 trade it, and G2 should finish it off or not.
Seems like that's
Check.
actually what's gonna happen. It's already on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
So Rook F2 check.
Yeah, and now you move the king away to
Resign.
G4. You take, and you just play G2 and GG. Oh, she just resigns.
Yeah, Harshvardhan GB with his first win here. And guys, I think for Harshvardhan, this is a great beginning. And if he manages to score a couple of more wins, who knows, he might be looking at his second GM norm here. I think he has one GM norm already.
Yes, he has one GM norm. I believe Ramesh also told us about this earlier in the stream. But yeah, a great win for Harshvardhan. I
Right.
think on the 5th round. Super happy.
Should we quickly check the game between Aryan Chopra and Adhiban? Ooh, Rook endgame where Adhiban is a pawn up, guys.
Sagar bhai, I'm a bit surprised with how Aryan's tournament has gone so far, because I had expected him to be one of the leaders halfway through the event. So what do you think happened?
Yeah, I think when it comes to classical chess, Aryan is amazing, right? This is his strongest format. He doesn't like to play rapid and blitz much. So just like you, I had big expectations from him. I was thinking like, okay, he will really make others work hard for the points here. But as it has turned out, Aryan has had 2 draws and losses to Pranesh and Inian. And even in this game, it could very well be that he might lose. Okay, it's still drawable position, but his last move is a mistake.
But look at that king, it's looking so uncomfortable. I mean, just
It
one.
could get mated, yeah?
Exactly, I mean, it looks suffocated almost.
Yeah, that king on f4 looks bad. That pawn on a5. I mean, the idea of rook a6 is very clear. White wants to take the pawn on a5, but black's follow-up is not that simple. In fact, I'm just looking at the best move here. Seems to be rook b2, and it took me, approximately some time to understand what was the
don't
idea.
Understand. Can you explain it to us? Because what if I just take the pawn?
There's rook b3 and there is a checkmate on f3. I think that's very, very beautiful there. And if you go rook f1 to defend f3, then there is rook d8, and rook d4 is another checkmate in the position.
Oh, just like what Kinju had said, the king is looking uncomfortable. You actually hit upon the heart of the position. Amazing.
The visionary, I mean, she saw it before any of us in this position. But yeah, rook b2, a difficult move, I would say, to play under 8 minutes. Sagar bhai, you know Adhiban really well.
Yeah.
Right? You have known him for years and years and years. You have commentated with him. You've seen him play so many times. Do you think he will find a move like rook b2 in this position?
I think in general, Adhiban is always super ambitious and going for his opponent's king. So this is a but the natural move that comes to the mind first is rook f2 because you want to attack this way. The only problem is here when you defend it, now you can't go rook d8 because white is in time to chop off the e6 pawn. So somehow this rook b2 move is very, very subtle. It makes white sort of decide, oh, I need to keep the rook here, but then I can't take the pawn. So it's also a waiting move in a way, right?
Also, if I played rook c3, I mean, finding rook b4 is a very, very difficult task in this.
And then
if you take, then there is rook c8. And also, sort of visualizing that this endgame is winning for black is also not an easy task. So,
yeah, it's not easy. I would say that maybe Adiban doesn't find rook b2 here. That's my feeling.
But you see, the thing is, I mean, once you rule out rook f2 and you see what the problem with rook f2 is, and you just keep looking, maybe with similar ideas. So maybe rook b2 is something that you can find, but definitely the follow-up is not so easy.
My feeling would be rook a2 looks also very tempting, right? You save your pawn, you are threatening now rook a3 with similar ideas, but then you have rook c3.
and now
if rook a4, just in the spirit of rook a3, rook b4, could be possible. It's just that the rook is slightly more passive here than it was on b4, and we could have gone a4. Very subtle, yeah, very subtle. It's tough somehow.
By the way, update, Vaishali did end up losing the game. I think we already covered that, but Harika, I think, is just about to resign as well.
Should we go there?
Harika's game,
Check it out.
I believe you can just resign in this position. There is nothing else to do. If you can just take us through the final moments, because he has around 26 seconds on the clock. There we go, queen e2 check, the king moves away to h3, and queen f1 check, and king g4. Now the f3 pawn falls, the h5 pawn falls. I think all the pawns are falling, that too with checks, and we all know that the combination of the queen and the knight is the deadliest, right? It's the deadliest combination in chess.
Right.
Can we see a pawn mate here?
By the way, guys, we have a guest who's joining us right now. We have Grandmaster Nihal Sareen in the house, and maybe he could join us for a couple of minutes and for a few minutes just to get his thoughts. Yesterday we couldn't get him after his victory over Arjun Erigaisi. So now he's here, and we're very, very grateful, Nihal, that you can join us. Thank you so much, Nihal, for coming to the studio here. Firstly, feeling a bit relieved today with the draw.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I mean, just got lucky on this.
Did you see that your position is much worse?
I mean, I did not fully understand it.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, this one. Yeah. I did not fully understand it, but like after making knight c3, he repeated once. Now he was thinking. Then I suddenly saw that queen h5 is a bit.
Were you relieved?
Bishop h6 is a bit bad for me because I'll show you what I missed.
Yeah, we can get the board here.
I mean, only if there are some exciting games now, we should probably stick to it.
By the way, just so that we, Anish Karthikeyan drew, Vidit, Vincent drew, and now there's only 2 games going on, Arjun Pranav and Jordan Ray Robson. But we'll come to them. There's still some time left in those ones, so we can check your analysis here.
Okay.
So yes, you were saying that here after takes king h8, you did spot queen h5.
Yes, I spotted a bit too late. But the thing is, it's not exactly an attack on the king.
It's this trapping this knight.
Yes, that is quite easy to do.
Right.
But the thing is, I have to play this, and now bishop h6.
So during the game you saw this position, right?
Yes.
Okay,
but
got it.
actually, I missed this exact order. I was seeing maybe queen g4 check first. But now I'm fine. Like queen g4 check, I can just go king f5.
Ah.
And bishop h6 I have like to check.
Bishop h6, there's rook h8, yeah. Oh, you might even be winning here, right?
Yeah, apparently here I'm winning.
Correct.
No, but thing is, okay, let's say bishop h6.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, bishop h6.
yeah, bishop h5. Yeah, just take. Yeah, and queen f3.
Queen f3 traps the knight on c3. That is a very nice subtlety in the position.
It's not easy to. The thing is, I actually saw the idea of queen f3 when I was calculating. I was having a long time. But the thing is, I thought, okay, whenever queen f3 comes, I can, okay, fine. I miss rook a.
Oh, rook a3. Yeah.
Rook a3 is the one.
And your knight is gone.
Completely trapped.
Cannot even go knight a4 because of just rook a1 or something, and then the game is over.
And the problem is also not so much about the material. It's just that my whole king side is gone. Yeah, his king is very safe. My king is very weak. I can just miss it. So yeah, I would have to try something like bishop c5, which is what he was afraid of.
So Nihal, around which time did you think that the position is no longer equal and you thought you were in trouble?
No, at the very end of it.
At the very end.
Until then, I thought I was fine.
Right. So around queen g6 check, and when the repetition was happening, you thought you were in trouble, but before that, you thought you were fine.
Yes.
I see.
Okay, knight c3 was quite stupid. I had to go knight c5 or something.
Right. Sagar bhai, if we can have knight c3 on the board.
Yeah.
Like, I just thought maybe.
He was here, a wonder was here, and he said if Nihal played knight c5, I would have just agreed to a draw. Although the engine says knight g5 is better here.
Okay. No, I was actually thinking a lot about knight g5. I was calculating something I could show quickly. So yeah, takes knight f3. Bishop f6, I was not thinking as much. I was thinking e4. I saw this line actually.
Oh, you saw e4. Wow, that's very
Because
nice.
queen takes e4, bishop f6.
And you lose the
I just-
exchange.
White has no compensation. Actually, queen happens.
No, there's queen g4,
Yeah,
right?
but h5, queen h3, g5. Like, it's not just an exchange.
So nice.
I was wondering how is an exchange plus 4
Wow. This is very, very, very dangerous.
Yeah. So e4 white has to take on g5.
Yeah.
And now bishop f6 is good. Here few moves. Yeah, rook a d1. Yeah, basically. I thought maybe take.
Okay.
Yeah, take queen e5. Then knight h3. e3. Take knight f2.
Oh, that's.
And yeah, this is what I was thought. Okay, this should be fine. Should be okay, but still a pawn down. I mean, okay, it's not really a full pawn. Like white has double pawns. But yeah, I should have probably just gone for this. I thought, okay, he'll probably. I didn't see anything special for me here to try, so I thought I'll just move the knight to a good square, and but I happened to choose the worst possible square too.
Yeah.
Because in the end, that knight ends up getting trapped, and that's a subtlety. You know, it's very easy to overlook something like that.
Yeah, I tried to be careful about that. I was aware that I saw this knight trapping idea immediately, but not rook a3.
Not correct. It's so amazing, Sahaj, that when we are able to get the players here, we can understand the depth of their calculation. It's like somewhere deep in the variation, few moves down the line, they have missed something. And we are always like, oh, maybe they have missed something like on move third or fourth, which never happens. Yeah.
No, for commentary, we always have our excuse ready. Although
That's a nice one. I'll remember that.
although this really doesn't deserve an excuse.
No, but yeah, it was very cool, this night trap.
Yeah.
Can we get your thoughts, Nihal, on the game of Arjun versus Pranav? This is the most exciting endgame. Yes.
Also, I would love to get Nihal's insight on Vidit's last position as well, because I mean, as I can totally see you like in an online match just defeating anyone, like in that final position.
Should I?
If we
should I
can just
bring
have
that
that
up
just for like a few seconds, just to get his insight in this position. Vidit went for this repetition with Queen D8 and Queen D2. Do you see any potential here for White?
Not really. No.
Not really.
I didn't really.
So it was.
I thought it's just a dead draw because.
Even here, you think like when the pawn is on b3,
Something like this.
Yeah, here it does feel like a bit more chance
Mm-hmm.
for sure, but yeah, like no, Vincent is just being very precise. He's not letting the pawns advance. Like if white gets a pass pawn, then it's a whole difference. Like
You mean if the A pawns were traded and just one
Yes.
pawn on the board, then it's a much easier road. Okay, got it.
no,
got
but
it, got it.
still probably a draw because generally you can create enough counterplay with the center pawn.
Right.
But yeah, then it's much trickier. After he blockades, yeah, nothing you can really do.
this queen on a4 is nice.
Yeah,
just blocking everything.
stopping.
Absolutely. By the way, Sagar bhai, big update. Jordan seems to be completely winning in his game. It's a some +4 advantage already that I'm seeing on my screen.
This event is so interesting that Ray Robson beats Vidit, and Vidit beats you, then you beat Arjun, then now Jordan beating Ray. Like everyone's beating everyone. There's no one who is actually safe here except Vincent until now.
Yeah. Yeah, so far it kind of looks like Vincent is on a different level.
I see.
But yeah, we'll see if we can.
So in this position, do you see any
We need to
chances?
keep it up.
Do you see any chances for black to hold? Any tricks, or do you think the game is basically over?
No, for sure. Let me think actually. No, definitely slight practical difficulties I would have. Actually, nothing is there. No, actually, nothing is there. It's
For
just
example, if we
knight
get
F6,
our
you just
knight,
take it.
you take it.
I think
So I
that's
have a
it.
nice tactic in this
No,
position.
no. That's how you lose.
That's how you lose.
Exactly how you lose. Okay.
Okay, let's ask the viewers,
mind.
guys. Black to play. What's the winning move here for black? Guys, go for it. Oh, we have a strong IM there. 2 strong IMs sitting there in the audience. Oh, and we have head of Chesscom India as well. Awad there. Oh, he just gone away. Yes, go on. Yes, can she get the mic? Yes, we have a microphone there. Please tell us your name. Please tell us your name and the move. Udaya says F4. Nihal, is that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And if king takes e4, you take f takes g3.
Yes.
And white's own pawn on e3 is stopping the king from getting back in time to stop the pawn.
Such a beautiful variation, Nihal.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, yes, there are tricks. I just fell for it.
That's such a nice moment. Oh, knight f6 played. And now Jordan.
It's a very... No, it's actually a very fascinating question because knight h5 is a...
Yeah, this is a big threat, right?
Rook h6 being a draw is crazy. There is nothing more natural than rook h6.
Oh, rook h6. And once again, this crazy move to draw f4.
Yeah, here it's more... Suddenly black is in time to create just enough counterplay. This game is very interesting.
So I'm very, amused by how you asked Nihal, are there any tricks? And at first he was like, no. And then one trick came up, then the next. And it seems like this position is...
No, because I thought knight f6, rook f6 is just over.
That's why.
I was checking. Yeah, exactly. So there were 2 moves in this position that were still winning for white. One was rook g5 and the other was king c7. And I couldn't make out why king c7 is a good move.
And he played king c7.
Yeah, I know. But what is the point of king? Because of
Maybe
knight
he's going
h5,
king d8.
d7, yeah.
Yeah, knight, it's very nice actually. Yeah.
Just mates him.
Yeah.
Whom?
So, but how do you win this too? I don't know.
Yeah, I think maybe here with the time edge, he should be able to win this. Should we quickly get your thoughts on the Arjun game?
I found one more way to lose. Okay, it's such a stupid move.
Wow, let's...
Rook g7, knight e8. Okay. But I was trying to stop king f7 for a second.
Right.
It allows knight h5 also, so it doesn't make any sense. But yeah.
Nice.
But it's a bit crazy that king d8 is not the move. It's the computer is just saying to go back. which I'm sure is not what he wants. Like the computer is just saying to go back king c6.
King
You're not
D8.
really making progress here. Oh, I don't think this is easier.
You don't think this might be? It might be very tough to win this, yeah?
Yeah. Really not easy.
Oh, look at Jordan, yeah? He's quite worried there. On his face, it's like, oof.
Yeah, it's pretty.
He goes rook g5.
Okay, that's
That's a nice move because now king f7, f5 pawn falls. You have no knight h5 business.
but yes, true.
So it's like a nice prophylactic move.
Yeah. How about knight h7 though? Sorry, did you want to check the other game?
I just wanted your thoughts on that one as well because we
Yeah,
don't know.
that
We
also-
always thought Arjun would convert it, but Pranav seems to have been like so solid here.
Yeah. No, this is. I see that the engine is saying equal, but no, it's definitely, as you said, it's a bit tricky for black with white having the outside pass pawn. But
But it was much worse
really?
few moves ago. Like Arjun was close to like when we reached such a position here, we thought that for sure Arjun will convert this. There's no way that he will hold it.
Oh, this looks horrible actually.
Yeah, and from there, Pranav has actually managed. I mean, such great tenacity shown by Pranav.
Yeah. It's, very impressive for sure.
So this is just a fortress now, right? There is no, you can
Yeah.
just move the king up and down, I guess, and there is nothing. Knight
Arjun
e6,
will-
knight f4.
Arjun will keep asking some questions, but yeah, it's also white's knight kind of got stuck in a very awkward way. Yeah, this is
Do you think some knight h5 stuff can help here?
firstly with king on c3 that immediately drops to knight d5, knight b6.
Ah, okay. I'll do king. No, one second.
Where do you put the king on b4?
Yeah, b4. Then b4, and then I want knight h5.
Yeah, but I think just knight e6, but then you come knight g3 and knight f5. Yeah? Like, but what do you play here as black?
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e6.
Knight e6, king b4.
D5. Ah, it's tricky actually.
If you have to play d5, suddenly
Like the position changes a bit.
check, and then I play knight. I mean, I don't know. There will be a
No,
lot of.
this is tricky. No, this is tricky. Maybe king d7 is what the computer is saying. King d7, king c6. That seems to be clean. But yeah, like I don't think this game is over yet for sure. Definitely chances for
Nihal, as we promised, like we won't keep you for long because you also had a long day. This tournament is also super intense. 4 more rounds to go. Just your final thoughts. Are you feeling good about this event? Start wasn't that great. Some results didn't go your way. But after this win with Arjun, today's draw, are you feeling in the groove?
Yeah, for sure. I feel good. Yeah, like last 2 days things did go my way a bit. Very happy about that. Yeah, in general, I just hope to be able to play some interesting chess. And yeah, I shouldn't be too happy about today. Like, shouldn't rely on luck.
Right. Well, as everyone, we spoke about it. It's time for pickleball at 8 p.m. So have a good time, Nihal. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Guys, that's Nihal Sareen joining us. Nihal, thank you. We'll have Kinsho back here, and the game is getting super tense here because will Arjun Erigaisi convert this into a win? Will Pranav hold his own here? Knight goes back to e6, and we have a game. Oh, in the challengers, very quickly, there is some update in the Adiban game against Aryan Chopra. A draw has been, I think a very likely draw is going to.
I'm not so sure because it's not an easy draw in this position because black seems to have gotten this opposition unless there is rook e5, which is just a
rook e5 works.
rook e5. If rook e5 works, then this is just over. I thought if not rook e5, then this could be a bit tricky.
Check, takes, I take, and it seems like it's winning unless opposition saves the day.
Yeah, earlier it seemed like maybe there could have been something in the position, but it just seemed like it got so simplified that the game is ending soon in a draw. Not yet.
I think it's a very nice question for young students who are trying to learn opposition, whether white can play rook e5 here or not.
Yes.
And then you ask this question, and most of them will say, no, don't do it. You will lose the endgame. But no.
Oh, and we have handshake now.
Yep, handshake. Another draw in the challenges section. I think
all results out. All results out.
3 draws and 2 wins for black in the challenges section so far. It seems like Abhimanyu Puranik is running away with the tournament with 4.5 out of 5.
He's on a mission.
Yes, and only player who's challenging him right now seems to be Pranesh, and there's also Diptayan and Liang. So 3 players behind, just 1 point, and tomorrow he plays against Pranesh. So I think it will be a big day.
Yeah, big day
for the challenges section for Abhimanyu there as well.
And actually, I just made an interview with Abhimanyu, and I asked how he feels about the tournament so far, and whether he feels like he's gonna take up on more challenges, what he thinks, and he actually told me that he doesn't feel anything. This was his answer to my question.
He doesn't feel anything. He feels it's a normal day, for him.
Yeah, normal day in the office, beating everyone.
Wow. I think that's the approach you need to become a champion in such events. If you start feeling, oh wow, I'm on 4.5 out of 5, then you're bound to sort of collapse, at some point.
But at the same time, he is the top seed. I mean, he's a top seed, no? In the event. So, I mean, you are expected to sort of show yourself.
Guys.
What happened?
Pranav has found a way to simplify stuff. He gives a check. He gave up a pawn. Now, with the king moving away, where will the king go? To d3 or c4? Maybe there's a knight trade, then I attack your knight, then I pick up this pawn. I don't know if I can calculate everything, but is it a draw?
No, it looks like a draw, but I have a question.
Yeah.
Instead of d4, if I played knight f4, isn't that your knight trapped? Isn't the knight on g5 trapped?
Wow.
Because I can play f6.
Yes, yeah.
This is the only scenario where I would accept moving the golden pawn.
Nice one. Oh man, that's a great point. I mean, is the knight gone?
I think the knight is gone, and maybe Pranav has missed this.
Wow, that's a great point, because king d4, f6, it doesn't lose the game, but you have to find this insane move, king e3. He could have had some chances
He
to
could
win.
have had actually played for a win in this position for sure. I mean, if you want a draw, you can just go knight g2 and knight f4, and Arjun would be forced to repeat here.
That's such a nice point. Well, I'm sure Pranav would have been super sad if this was the only way to draw, but fortunately, he has not botched it up yet. d4 also works, but maybe not so sure. Let's go king c4. Let's see what happens next. I think this game still has some twists and turns, yeah?
Absolutely.
I mean, I believe maybe f6 is also an option in some positions, but we also have to consider that Pranav has almost half of the time of Arjun. So he definitely needs to be careful, because one small mistake can still cost the game.
True. Absolutely true, especially in these crunch moments with very little time on the clock. When you make a mistake in the endgame, there's no time to fix it because the game is basically over. By the way, speaking of, we also have a game between Jordan and Robson, which was initially supposed to be winning for Jordan, but now it looks like, okay, he has just committed a mistake with king f7, but one move ago, it was actually completely equal because of f4. Wait, isn't this the exact same position we were speaking of with Nihal?
Yeah, we were analyzing this, but we didn't analyze it totally as to why this was a draw. But yes, after king f5, somehow the g pawn starts to roll, the king starts to enter in. I mean, Ray Robson doesn't have enough time to figure out the complete details of such a pawn sack.
But so, question for you, Sagar bhai. Between these two games, between Arjun and Pranav and Jordan versus Robson, which game is more likely to have a result?
Both will end decisively, I feel.
Both will end decisively.
That's a
bold prediction,
very
right?
Bold prediction, but I kind of feel that if Pranav, this one for sure that Jordan might win this is, why am I using might if I'm sure? But I have a feeling that Jordan will win this. But in the Pranav game, because Arjun has just snatched a pawn, by the way, check, d3, knight e4, I have a feeling that Arjun still has chances.
It's just Arjun is very tricky in these sorts of scenarios, so I do agree with you there. But somehow that Jordan, even though he seems more winning, the fact that he missed that resource of f4 makes me think that game might actually not go his way.
You think both will end in a draw? Yeah,
I think Arjun will win, but I think Jordan might draw this because
I actually think the complete opposite of yours. So I believe that the Arjun Pranav game might actually end up being a draw, and I think Jordan is going to take this home.
So basically,
I love how everyone has a different.
Basically, all of us are divided. We chose all the three possible options in different orders. Essentially, that's how complicated chess can be sometimes.
Okay, but objectively speaking, this should end in a draw, and Jordan should win. That's what you have actually predicted. So you're going really objective here.
Yeah, can't be too unsafe when I'm following the engine.
What I don't understand is how has Arjun managed to keep more than 10 minutes on his clock?
Yeah, he's just very quick.
Very quick there. So this is why I am more inclined to say that Arjun has a good chance, because he will use those crucial 10 minutes in crunch moments and.
But do you see any way to directly draw here for black? Like if there is a direct way, then no matter what time, it doesn't matter, right?
You see, one thing is for sure that Pranav has to find that direct way to draw now, because if he goes under a minute, then you might not be able to find something like this, right? I personally, probably there's bishop b7 and bishop takes c4, but he plays bishop b7 on the board.
He finds it. What a guy! Bishop b7, and if king c3, maybe he'll just chop this off. Take.
But why can't I play knight to d2, for example? I'm not going to allow you to exchange the...
Are you scared of your knight getting grabbed there?
Knight d2.
He played it. Sahaj, your move is on the board. We can bank on Ajubai to find the most... uncompromising moves in the position. Knight d2.
Okay, knight d2 played, and then he goes f6. Finally, at move 65, the golden pawn is touched. Pranav is doing this game right, I have to say.
But now king f7, king g7. He wants to capture this knight. It's trapped there in the corner of the board.
Okay, so what should we do here now after f6? So we go king c3.
Yeah, king c3, king f7. I was just wondering, can I do this? So if you take on d3, I go king g7.
And now knight f6, and maybe I can try to trick you there. But yeah, I have to agree with Kinshore. This looks more closer to a draw. But was it Nihal?
To win it, yeah.
Was it Nihal who beat Vidit in a similar position like this? It was king, knight and 2 pawns versus king and rook or something like that? It was in one of the games being played in this tournament.
Nihal Arjun, right?
Nihal Arjun, yes, yeah. Nihal Arjun, yes, in that game. So, similar scenario there. Could be possible that there is still that last trick up his sleeve.
We already have king c4 on the board, so similar idea, going for the d3 pawn, and maybe actually the position can come that we predicted. So if king f7 arrives, we are likely to get into this 3 pawns versus knight situation.
Plays it.
Okay, king f7. Now we go. Yeah, just take king d3 and just take knight f6.
Yeah.
We might actually get 4 draws minimum in the Masters section. I don't think this has happened until now. Yeah, this is the first time 4 draws have been played at the same time.
It's the Monday blues.
Highly unusual for this event. In fact, yesterday we had some 6 or 7 decisive, I think 7 decisive victories.
8 actually.
8 decisive victories. Only 2 draws in both sections. That is insane.
And we seem to be arriving to our final position of our analysis. So I assume knight takes f6 is coming soon. And after king takes f6, we are facing a still pretty difficult endgame. Although I don't know if it's a theoretical draw.
No,
Maybe
I not that I know of. No, there is no theoretical draw because there is a pawn on d6 which makes things difficult. But generally, when approaching such end games, you have to think about the pawns as their, how many units there are. So there's 3 pawns. That means you have 3 points in the position. Black has an extra bishop, which is also 3 points. So the position should be a draw as the material is equal. That's how you approach such positions. But it is Arjun after all. And we know Arjun can, create those complications at the very last minute. I would say he might have a better chance of winning this position had Pranav had around half a minute on the clock or 1 minute on the clock, maybe a 2-second increments instead of a 30 seconds, sorry. But neither of that is the case here. So
yeah, Pranav also has 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
That's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Also, just so that everyone's aware, taking here would lead to a loss because then you try to stop this pawn, but the king simply moves in. F4, F5 could come in. So this is not a good idea to take the knight.
Yeah, I believe we have to sort of keep also the bishop so that it can be a helping piece against the running down pawns. And knight f8 is on the board. So as we mentioned, keeping the pieces on the board. And I assume Pranav is going maybe for the b6 pawn here?
Yeah, he's coming knight d7. He wants this pawn. But imagine we go king d4, knight d7, and knight to c5. Takes, and now bishop f3. I think that's a draw just, yeah. Okay. I don't know if Arjun can try a lot here.
no, I think he will try for sure. But
What can you try? Yeah, now knight d7 is coming. He'll go king b5.
yeah. He'll try to avoid exchanges as much as possible. But yeah, looking difficult. And maybe let's move our attention to Jordan's game against Robson because he has a better chance of scoring a win there.
Okay, let's head over to that one. Somehow this position also not easily winning here. King c6.
Yep, king c6 and now king goes to e6. I feel like there is a threefold repetition coming here somewhere. Is that true, Sagar bhai? Have we seen this position before?
Let's see.
I'd be shocked if this was a threefold repetition. I mean,
No, I'm sure a similar position did arise on the board before. Yeah, that's a threefold repetition, no? Rook g6. Yeah, that's the exact same position as the last.
He can claim actually. Rare option can at some point claim for a draw, but maybe.
but the question is, does he realize? Because when you're so low on the clock, it's not your first instinct to start counting whether this is a threefold repetition or not.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. So king f7, which I think that's been the defense so far. White is forced to go rook to g5 or rook to h6 and then king goes back to e6. The problem in Jordan's position is that he sees this idea of rook takes f6, which we discussed earlier with Nihal, but it's just not working.
It's not working.
It's just not working.
And rare option is just moving back and forth with his king, not letting the white pieces sort of break through. Oof.
Also, a good initiative to at least gain some time, because both of the players are now under 2 minutes and the stakes are really, really high here.
By the way, guys, let's move to Arjun versus Pranav because they have, I think, agreed to a draw. The final moves were at this point knight e5, f4 takes, f5, and then finally this is how it all ended. Huge congratulations to Pranav. I think he has managed to surpass the predictions and expectations of everyone who thought Arjun will win. This might well be just a half a point, but I think it's as good as a win for Pranav.
Absolutely, especially considering with the black pieces and holding the position down for such a long amount of time, and he never gave in.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing
performance
I've
by.
become a fan of Pranav's defense. Yeah, what about you guys?
I mean, definitely. He also was so low on time. It seemed like almost the whole end game he was, sometimes even close to getting on seconds. And definitely he needed some nerves to keep himself collected, especially against Arjun, who is, he's a beast.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So now we are just down to the one final game between Jordan and Robson, and some progress there. At least I'm excited to see what the bar has to say in this position, because we've been looking at this exact same position with the white rook being on g6 on h6, but now Jordan sort of switches his technique. He tries to bring the rook maybe on the queen side via a1, and maybe the king goes to c5 and d4, and maybe he can try to create some counterplay there. But looks like it is winning. I can see it's +5 according to the engine.
Yeah.
But what happens on the board is a completely different story.
Let's see. We have had 4 draws today, no wins. Will we get one win in the Masters is the big question.
And it would be quite refreshing to see a decisive game in the Masters section. But also, it's important to notice that both of the players are now playing on increment, which is really, really tough.
Yeah, both down to a minute on the clock, and
Jordan has had some really, really good games, but that final 10 minutes, 15 minutes has been missing. He has lost 2 games in a row, and this is his third game. So I would say it's very, very important for him to, score a win here, because this would be his first win in the tournament. And I think it's very, very crucial that he scores a win for his confidence.
True. Yeah, this win is super important. As you rightly pointed out, 2 draws for Jordan, 2 losses. King c5 on the board. Now this plan to put the king on d4 is the plan. Oh, but black stops it. Black is like, I won't give you that option, but maybe we can make a waiting move, rook at 6. And then if king e6, king d4. Somehow...
Yeah, there is no knight h5 in this position.
I don't know if king f7 then...
And then you go king to e5, I guess.
You end up... Oh, but
he goes
rook
d8. What?
Does he allow knight h5 here? Or is that a big deal?
It seems that way, but I'm not sure if this is... I mean, it looks so dangerous, giving up the d5 pawn. Maybe the c pawn can also start running. It's not an easy decision to make at all.
So now if knight h5, rook d5 check, king e6, then this pawn is hanging. Oof, the game will get sharp. I think Jordan basically didn't find a way to break through by staying on the h file, and he said, let's go to the d file now.
Yeah, I think it's a good question also that Jordan is asking, because since Robson is under 30 seconds, he has to calculate all of these moves.
Yeah.
Find out knight h5, rook takes d5 check, knight goes to g3. All of this, it's not easy to sort of play this just based on intuition.
Agree.
He might just play king e6 or something and to keep things balanced.
5 seconds, 4 seconds for Robson.
Oh my god.
He goes knight h5.
Knight h5 does come.
In under 2 seconds, he plays knight to h5, and it was a best move here. Rook takes d5 has to be played, otherwise you played rook d8 for nothing. So rook takes d5, the king has to go somewhere.
But Jordan doesn't seem to be sure of this decision. I mean...
Well, he could potentially give a check on e8. So that's the other option. But rook takes d5, very likely. Oh, he gives...
Wait, you're right, actually.
Oh my god, he's blundered.
That's a huge blunder by Jordan, and now the position is equal.
Yeah, now it's
if he goes king takes d5, which I think is what he's intending to do, black goes knight takes g3, and that's it. This is just equal. Well, but there are still some tricks, I guess.
100% there are tricks, but I think Ray Robson is very happy now, because his play is simplified. He just has to go knight f1, attack here, g-pawn is running down the board.
Sagar bhai, any chance that Robson can win this? This is exactly the type of moment when you have a winning position, right? You have tried for such a long time, but then you miss that one move by your opponent, and then there is this, I believe, this zone you are in, and where you are the most vulnerable, because you still want to play for a win, and most players, let's say 99 out of 100 players would over push in a situation like that, and I feel that moment is coming here.
It could come. Yeah, that's for sure. It could come, but maybe Jordan, no matter how hard he tries, he might not able to lose this. That's my feeling. He might be able to sacrifice his rook for the pawn. He has a C passer here, which is running down the board. So White has plenty of own assets here, but clearly he would be very upset if this ends in a draw. Like, Jordan would be kind of nursing this hope of winning this game for now couple of hours already.
And Kincho, what do you think?
Look, the thing is that we all know that Ray Robson is super good at tactics. And my fear is that maybe Jordan is going to run into some tactic, maybe with a fork. And also the pawns are running down on the G and F file. So not an easy game still. And we are already under 20 seconds now, and Jordan is making rook f8 check.
King e7.
Only move, by the way, if optically speaking, I like king g5. I feel like that's the most logical move to play, because
but then
you want to push your king,
right?
Yeah, then there's king e5 and you're basically paralyzed. Like you're basically in a zugzwang. Because the knight doesn't move. Without the knight, the g pawn doesn't move. The f pawn doesn't. Nothing moves basically. So you have to go king e7 in this position.
Yeah,
only move
here.
So I'm thinking that you'll have this king e7, king f6 repetition a few times, and then Jordan will say no, I'm going to try to play for a win, and then he plays c4, c5 or something, goes into this position where black can capture the e3 pawn, and now suddenly black has 3 connected pass pawns on the 5th rank.
Yeah,
can turn things around very, very quickly.
Okay, Sahaj, let's see.
Ray Robson is, getting ready to make a move soon.
Yes, he has now 18 seconds. Playing on the final 30-second increment here. He goes king g7, not the best move.
Oh, that's a blunder. Oh wow, rook b8, the best move by Jordan. Wonderful, wow.
So quickly also.
I have no idea. Why not rook a8, for example? Why did he choose rook b8?
Exactly, that's the insane part about this one. I guess after rook a8, knight to f1.
King to d4, I guess.
Yeah, and just to show like that's the best move there. So if rook b8 and knight f1, king d4,
g3, I'm guessing. There is rook b2. But why is there no rook a2? Because in one line, white is winning, and the other line, it's a dead draw.
Right, exactly. King d4, g3, rook a2, king g6. Oh, it's so insane. How did Jordan even guess it?
It's
Okay, let's just look at why rook b2 works. For example, sorry guys, I'm just very curious.
So, by the way, rook b8, knight e2, rook e2 has been played.
3, rook b2, and if king g6,
c4, only move. I believe it was f4 here. No, it was f4 in the other line.
Oh, in the other line it's f4.
I think so, yeah. So f4 maybe has some nuance in this position.
Got it. Okay, guys.
ef4 and king f5, and there is some nuance where the rook on b2 is winning and rook on a2 is a draw.
No way. No way that Jordan saw it. He just somehow chose the right square through intuition. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, the intuition worked wonders for him. By the way, Robson's last move was played in under a second. So that's how you know that Robson was in trouble. That's how you know that he thinks that the position has not gone his way.
By the way, such a beautiful move, right? Like rook b2, because if you take the pawn here, then king c4 or
king d4. Isn't the knight trapped? Because the knight goes to d1, rook d2, and if knight goes to a4, rook b4.
Wow.
That is beautiful, actually.
Amazing, guys. Look at the knight getting trapped in the corner of the board. This endgame is worthy of deeper study, actually.
Yes.
To learn so much about endgames.
And it's also crazy to see how the players see these moves in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
And C4
Intuitive.
already arrived to the board.
C4 played.
Past pawns must be pushed.
Yes, but G3, these pawns are not going anywhere because the rook is doing a phenomenal job on the second rank.
Absolutely. Knight goes to D3 and now...
Can we go rook D2? Is it possible?
I think so. Seems very logical.
But rook B1 is the best because it controls the B4 square as well. Jordan making sure that the record of decisive games in every round continues here.
What you shouldn't play is rook C2, obviously. That allows knight G4.
Oh, and we have rook B6.
B6. Why would he go there?
Well, still, controlling the B4 square. And... Oh, I actually don't know.
But guys, G3?
And then C5.
Maybe then he goes, he doesn't want the king to come up.
Yes. And another, I think, very nice move played just on intuition alone.
So G3, okay, wait a second. G3, C5, G2, rook B1. I think that's what he wants to do. And then the black king cannot come sooner. He goes G3, C5, I'm guessing here.
Yeah, you always just make it back on time to the B1 square with the rook.
Yeah, C5. I think very simple. G2 and you just bring the rook back to B1 and... Is it time to resign?
I think Robson is
maybe few more moves, yeah?
Yeah, a few more moves. You've played, I think we're on move 69 right now. I think around four to five more moves I think to go. Because you just play rook to B1, black will probably go king G6 and you just push the pawn down. So this means, by the way, Kincho, both of your predictions were correct.
Yes.
You had predicted Jordan winning and the second game to be a draw.
Probably I should buy a lottery ticket today. Maybe it's my lucky day today. But how is Robson going to continue here? Are we going to see a resignation? Is he going to try to go for one last trick here? What do you guys think?
What's the last trick, actually? That's the question. Maybe there's G2,
G2
rook B1, and then knight B4 check because, then the knight cannot be taken as a G1.
Knight B4 check, there's just king E5 and you just take on F5 and that's it. This is a very interesting point. Instead of rook B1, let's assume you played rook B7 check, right? Black plays king F6 and then you play rook B1. So this exact same position, black's king is on F6 instead of G7. Then black can play knight B4 check because then there is no king E5. So it's all about just one move, one thing that is different that gets the game going.
King F6 now.
Yeah, now rook G1 only move in the position to win the game.
Oh, because C6. Guys, what if pawn to C6? Can anyone quickly say black to move and draw?
Oh, this is very, very, very hard. And actually, he might make this mistake.
He goes rook G1. He finds it.
He's giving no chances and zero mistakes are being made.
Yeah, if C6, by the way, there was knight B4 check. But now, this is found.
Very, very hard fought win, I think, by Jordan.
Yeah.
He kept putting the pressure. Once again, king D6 only move, but I think this is pretty obvious.
This is obvious. I think Jordan will have such a nice evening today because, when you win such a hard fought game, you really enjoy the dinner, you enjoy your sleep. It's just the perfect way.
King D6 on the board.
Yup. You take the G2 pawn next and you just push C6. I mean, there are still some tricks, I guess, with F4, E4 and king F5. Some more tricks there, but it's getting less and less and less.
That's such a good point. Like, let's say if F4, EF
on the board,
he did it.
Your predictions are also correct here.
Yeah, please, both of you go and buy a lottery ticket. F4. Oh, he takes on G2.
Okay, that's still more or less fine. If f takes e3, then there is rook e2, and you will win the e3 and the e2 pawn. If black plays f3, then you have rook to b2, and that's just game over as well.
Yeah, so in a couple of moves, we should be expecting a resignation. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward.
74 move game by Jordan. What? Wow.
Maybe the longest game of this tournament? Or?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Wow.
That also comes after losing 2 games in a row. So I mean, that shows what a fighter Jordan is.
Yeah. F takes e3, and now important to play rook e2. Should not go c6. Because if pawn to c6, knight takes c6, king takes, and then the black king comes in, and this is a draw.
Absolutely. Now he must go rook to e2, very, very crucial move. There is another move that wins in this position, which is rook to b2. Both of them seem to be winning for white. But rook e2, I think, feels a lot more logical here for Jordan. Yeah, rook e2, rook e3, rook b3, and then you just play c6.
Sorry.
Take some time to think about it.
I was thinking if rook e2.
Oh, he goes rook b2.
b2.
He goes rook to b2. Also a very good move because you go knight to d3 and then you'll play rook e2. And basically you're hoping that you will sack the rook for both of the pawns and you'll just push the c pawn down and that's winning.
So let's say knight d3 now.
Yeah, knight d3. White plays rook e2. Let's say king goes to f5. You take on e3. Black plays king f4. You take on e4. King takes c5.
No, I take on
king c5 now. So king f4. Rook takes c4. King takes c4 and just c6.
So nice.
And
so nice.
GG.
So nice.
No, this is beautiful also.
Yeah, Jordan has spotted this. Robson has spotted this. I'm sure that world, puzzle battle championship has, I mean, somewhere in his mind he knows he's lost now because he has seen knight a6 is sort of that admitting that this position is already losing.
Yeah, but maybe him being the 5-time puzzle rush world champion, it also means that he can also maybe make up some puzzles on the board. Maybe that is what he's trying to figure out. What is the last trick, the last puzzle that he can create here?
Another move played under 2 seconds for Robson. I mean, he has been playing phenomenally, I think, under time pressure.
And look at Jordan. He's so stressed right now. It's not the look of a guy who has it all figured out. We sitting here are pretty sure he'll win, but Jordan is not. C6.
C6, very, very logical. King f5, that's a huge blunder. By the way, only move to win, rook to a2.
Pretty sure he'll find it. Yes, he does it.
And if knight b4? Just c7.
C7, and it's also queening with a check. Although,
yeah, queens with a check, and that's just game over. I mean, maybe he might still play with queen and two pawns and a knight. That still looks a bit tricky, but
yeah, especially because the pawns are like double pawns. If maybe we had a pawn on f4 instead of f3, maybe it would be a completely
ideal.
Different situation. However, the double pawns are really not helping us here.
Yep, we'll see a queen promotion very, very soon in this match. 13 seconds for Robson. What is he gonna do?
queen just traps the knight. Yeah, queen is so strong.
Yep.
It just traps the knight instantly.
Plays e2, rook takes e2, and then you can do the exact same thing in the next move with rook a2 back and pushing the c pawn down. This game is now over.
Maybe the last very last shot.
The way also Robson moves his king, you can see that it was sort of giving up on the position because he knows this position is lost. Tough loss for Robson here.
Yes, but for Jordan, it means that he can come back into the competition, and especially after such a tough loss yesterday, I'm sure that this is going to give him back some of his confidence.
100%. Check. he actually gives a check here and maybe is forcing the king away. Jordan's moves have been very classy, yeah, here. All these rook moves, king g4. Why didn't he go king g3?
Oh, again, you can play rook. Yeah, king g3 would have made more sense to me as well. But after king g4, there's just rook a2 because now you can promote with a check one more time.
Yeah, he does
Yeah.
it.
Okay, knight b4, I think he will play. But
Pretty sure,
once
yeah.
the queen is there, he's just gonna resign.
Yep. Knight b4 is on the move now, on the board now, and
Okay, my prediction is c7, knight takes a2, c8 queen. He moves the king, queen c4, and then he resigns.
Nice.
good point.
Check, king f3, queen c4. The knight is trapped, guys. And with e3 here, e2, it's a central pawn against the queen, and that is always winning. It's happening. No. Sorry, it's my analysis. Oh, it happened.
No, it is happening. All right. Are your predictions are going to come true?
We'll see in the next move. If Robson resigns, then he resigns.
Yes.
Earlier.
Guys, big round of applause to Jordan. I think fantastic play. Really hats off to his fighting spirit. And also Ray Robson for not giving up till the very end, giving us our only decisive game in the Masters section. And with this, I think we had a... Whoa, what a long day of chess. Yeah, maybe the longest.
I think the longest day of chess. Wow, we have had the longest day of chess. Also, you had, the Pookie
We had Nihal, we had Avonda.
Yes.
We had RB Ramesh joining in. So today was a very exciting day.
Definitely. So, yep. I would say the results, were a bit dry today, but yeah, Jordan winning that game in 80 moves was, I think, very, very, very nice.
Yes.
And in the challenges section,
let's have a look.
We had two results, I believe. Vaishali lost to Harshvardhan, and then Abhimanyu defeats Harika as well. Leon versus Pranesh is a draw. AD versus Aryan also a draw. Enian versus Diptayan also a draw. And right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Sagar Bhai, Abhimanyu is leading with 1 point.
Yes.
And
Vincent is also leading with a full point.
Wow.
Because Arjun couldn't win his game. So right now, both sections have a leader by 1 full point. And guys, we were very, very happy to cover this. Oh, we already have the pairings for the 6th round. I think the most exciting one from this is Vidit Anish. Two friends fighting each other. But the big one, Vincent versus Arjun Erigaisi.
That would be amazing.
For the lead in the tournament. So would you say like this is the most critical round tomorrow that we have?
Actually, for the Masters and for the Challengers, because tomorrow Pranesh plays against Abhimanyu Puranik.
Yeah.
So both of them having the most critical round, and this will decide who takes it away. Tomorrow.
I'm very excited, guys. I hope you are as well. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you, Sahaj. Thank you, Kincho. And guys, we will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.